From the Motor City, Detroit, Michigan. Tonight, the Pittsburgh Pirates begin a very brief one-city, three-game interleague road trip. It's the Pirates against the Detroit Tigers as interleague play returns. Greg Brown along with John Wayner. This is the second time the Pirates have met the Tigers going back to the home opener. We'll talk about that in a minute. But right now, John, the Pirates have the fourth best record in all of Major League Baseball. And as we close out the month of June, we might as well talk about what we've been talking about all year, the great pitching.
Yeah, I think there's been so much complaining about the offense. You forget how good this pitching staff has been. This pitching staff all year long. April, ERA under 3. In May, just over 3. And in June, despite that little hiccup, that bump one time through the rotation, a 2.64 ERA. This team has been outstanding across the board, keeping walks down, getting the ground balls, and striking guys out.
So we talk about the ace of the Pirates pitching staff going tonight. That is Garrett Cole. A little bump in the road his last time out against the Cincinnati Reds. But this is the second time he's seen the Detroit Tigers, and he was excellent in the home opener.
Yeah, one of the best offenses, if not the best offense in all of baseball. And Garrett Cole, home opener, I'm sure was a little more pumped up than usual, but pretty much dominated. Had the good fastball going. The great slider, which has been really a go-to strikeout pitch for Cole. He was really good against the Tigers in that home opener.
John, Garrett Cole has been compared to Justin Verlander ever since really the Pirates drafted him first out of UCLA. Justin Verlander right now not the same. He started the year on the disabled list, so we missed him that opening series at PNC Park. This is just his third start of the year because of various injuries.
Yeah, and he's been pretty healthy for a power guy. I think he's been fortunate never to go on the disabled list until this year. And he's not the same power guy. I know he had the tricep and he had the sore back, but he's not throwing as hard. Average fastball about 92, 93. I don't think he's the guy that's going to go up into the high 90s like he used to, but he has great secondary pitches. He has a good changeup, a good curveball, and a slider, so you're probably going to see more of the secondary stuff than the heat.
You can see his 4-1 lifetime against the Pittsburgh Pirates in 5 starts. Interleague play returns to the Pirates schedule. The Buccos and the Detroit Tigers from Detroit coming up next.
Ball on Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota helps you get the most out of your drive. Just ask a friend who drives one. Toyota, let's go places. By Barrel Automotive, we're driven to be better. And by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. Let's go Bucks.
And welcome back to Detroit for the first of a 3-game series with the Tigers. Let's go downstairs right now to Robbie Inspikowski.
Well, Greg and John, you know every Tuesday is Twitter Tuesday here on Root Sports. We had a really cool guest this week for everybody, Scott Bonnet. He's the Pirates equipment manager. We all call him Bones. And the first question tonight is a great one. It comes from Tara Kinsel and says, hey, my son is a ball player. After seeing Marte's uniform the other day, what is the secret to cleaning a baseball uniform like that for us moms?
Well, Tara, it takes a couple different stages. Like, I will, if it's that bad like it was the other night, I will spray it off as much as I can. Then we'll run it through the wash the first time with nothing on it other than protein release and tied with bleach. After that, when it comes out, and it usually is not going to come out, my assistant, Bulls, he takes this stuff called Slide Out 1 and 2. Spray it on, give it 5 seconds, spray on the other, throw it in there, and hopefully it comes out. Usually on Marte's, it takes 2 or 3 times before it all comes out.
Now, this is what Tara was referring to. This is from Marte's jersey. I believe it was Sunday, the day game at home. And Scott Bonnet has been in this business a long time, over 2 decades. And he said that jersey, Greg and John, was the dirtiest jersey he has ever dealt with in his entire career. Now, mind you, not just the front was soaked in dirt and water. The back was dirty as well. And there's Bones right there hanging out, the arms draped over back. How fitting, the word Michigan under his chin. He's a Michigan native.
Yeah, he grew up not too far from this ballpark. Robbie, it'll be a fun Twitter Tuesday with Scott Bonnet, affectionately known as Bones, as Robbie just mentioned. Justin Verlander making his 3rd start of the season. We'll get to the Pirates starting lineup. The Bucks at 42 and 33 have Gregory Polanco leading off, and Neil Walker and Andrew McCutchen. He'll be followed by Starling Marte and Jung Ho Kang, with Pedro Alvarez playing first base, and DHing tonight is Francisco Cervelli. Jordy Mercer, the shortstop. Chris Stewart hits 9th. Brought to you by Toyota.
And the veteran Justin Verlander will face this Bucco lineup as Polanco gets ready. Verlander, as you mentioned, just his 3rd start. The ERA a little bit high. You know what I thought was interesting? His first 2 starts, just 2 strikeouts in each of the first 2. This guy used to be dominating. He'd get a bunch of strikeouts. Even last year, far fewer strikeouts per innings pitched. Again, not a guy with that exceptional fastball, but he could still get you out with the changeup, the curveball, the slider, and he can every now and again run that fastball up into the mid-90s.
He's pretty motivated, too, to quiet all the talk about his career, maybe coming to a crossroads. So he'll be ready against the Pirates. So the Pirates knocked him around last year. We'll take a look at the defense for the Tigers. Very underrated defensively over there is at first base Miguel Cabrera. Defense brought to you by Honda. Ian Kinsler excellent at second. There may be nobody better than Jose Iglesias at short. Nick Castellanos is the 3rd baseman. Cespedes, Ghost Martinez in the outfield, left to right. Yoenis Cespedes, the left fielder. And James McCann, excellent defensive catcher behind the plate. Tied for the fewest errors in the league, the Tigers, and the first pitch is fouled back by Gregory Polanco, and we're underway here in Detroit. Polanco's average now at .234. He'd like to get things going again for sure. Polanco had that 10-game hitting streak last month, early this month. Was hitting .400 during that stretch, but last 19 games, just .133. And it's a ball and 2 strikes on Gregory Polanco.
You see that fastball at 91, wanted to get it under the hands of Polanco, left it over the middle of the plate. And again, we'll see where his fastball command is, if he can get away with the heater in the low 90s.
The other way, Cespedes over, and it'll drop, and Polanco was standing there.
He didn't see it.
He did not realize that ball was hit toward left and in fair territory.
Yeah, a high fastball. Verlander tries to get it by Polanco, and he hits it, and he's not sure where it goes. Looking up, looking in foul ground. Then he picks it up, sees it's in left field. I don't think he'd be any further from first anyhow. Cespedes does have a good arm out and left.
So, leadoff hit for Polanco. He has 17 steals, and Verlander will quickly throw over. Neil Walker at the 257 mark. Walker 4 for his last 9. And a pinch hit double on Sunday afternoon. Third baseman Castellanos in on the grass. Another quick throw. 17 steals for Polanco. 5th highest in the National League. But again, McCann is excellent. He's thrown out over 50% of the runners trying to steal. 2-0.
No attempts against Verlander so far this year. But pretty good success rate against him over the last several.
And it's 3-0. Verlander has walked 3 in 12 innings of work this season. This is 301st career start.
I mentioned the strikeouts being down just 4 in his first couple of starts. He's already allowed 4 homers in less than 12 innings.
When you look previous 3 years, 3 straight seasons, his ERA has gone up, his whip has gone up, and the innings pitched and the strikeout rate has dropped. That's the reason why people are wondering about Verlander. He's not the same pitcher that he was when he won the Cy Young. There goes the runner. Pitch is taken for a ball, and it's first and second. Fans think that it's an out, but it's a walk to Neil Walker, and it's first and second with nobody out.
That pitch borderline down. Walker taking pretty good release from McCann. They say one of the better throwers. I'm wondering what the Tigers are going to do once they get their regular catcher Alex Avila back.
He's close. He has started a rehab in the minors, and just as we start, it starts to drizzle a bit. So we see umbrellas popping up and folks putting on jackets. Here's McCutchen. .294 average, a 6-game hitting streak going for Andrew McCutchen, and he's getting more and more votes as the All-Star voting is winding down. Midnight Thursday, so go to Pirates.com/vote and get Andrew McCutchen into the starting lineup for the Midsummer Classic. 1 ball and 1 strike. Vote up to 35 times at Pirates.com/vote. Just 2 for 13 lifetime against Justin Verlander. Well-played umpire Chris Siegel, and rookie umpire, calls it a strike, and the Pirates bench is saying that was low. He's saying no, it's not, but you can see it was off the plate.
Off the plate and down.
Both.
Those are typically the pitches that umpires don't miss because they're looking over that inside part of the plate.
2-2. Polanco takes off for third and towards second base Walker, and he is out at second base. Walker looking toward the dugout.
Boy, that throw was absolutely perfect. There's only one throw, one location that was even going to make this one look close. It looked like Walker was going to get in there. Polanco very aggressive, hits a good jump. He's easily at third. Well, the throw from McCann is right on the bag.
Pirates are not sure what they want to do, and they are going to challenge now. Clint Hurdle's waiting for every angle. Kevin Roach, the video coordinator, on the phone with Dave Joust. We have not seen that in quite some time. Clint Hurdle usually makes a quick decision. He goes to the dugout step, and he'll want a quick answer, but that was about the longest delay we have ever seen.
Yeah, you wonder how long it took to see all the different angles in that video room for Kevin Roach.
Greg Gibson is the crew chief and third base umpire. He's on the headsets with the umpire that made the call, Sam Holbrook, as Neil Walker looks toward the big screen.
Yeah, looking at the big screen here, hard to tell. The ball arrives, as does Neil Walker's foot.
Is there anything that they are seeing that is clear and convincing that would overturn that initial call?
And the folks are wondering, why would you have a shot at second and not at third? You know, Neil has to wait until he knows for sure Polanco's taking off, so a little bit of a later jump. As you see here is the tag on that shin. I mean, that's the best look that we've seen. Now, you saw the location of the throw, which was outstanding.
Allegheny Health Network Supermo. And that the question there, of course, is the tag being applied by Kinsler?
I don't think we've seen anything that would suggest overturning that call.
And he's out. He is out trying to advance on a wild pitch. Polanco does get to third. And the Pirates lose a challenge.
And, you know, we've talked quite a bit, actually, about the team and making mistakes on the bases. That's not one. That's not a mistake. I mean, Polanco moves up. Walker, you know,
as you said, repeating, he had to wait.
Yeah, he had to wait till Polanco went. And it took an absolute perfect throw. Yeah. I mean, it was anywhere. If it's a thigh-high throw, no chance. I mean, that ball had to be right where it was to get Neil Walker.
Well, that was the scouting report on McCann.
Yeah, he has a cannon.
So infield in now, and a 3-2 pitch, and he walked him. McCutchen draws the free pass. Back-to-back walks. And the only out Verlander has gotten is from his catcher. He faces Starling Marte.
You saw there Verlander not giving in to McCutchen. That was a 3-2 changeup. He will throw that changeup to righties and lefties. And I think that's a pitch he might have more confidence in than any other. League hits just 200 against it. Throws it a good bit of the time. Last time he threw it 1 out of every 5 pitches.
Marte, a 5-game hitting streak. Infield at double play depth. 46 RBIs to lead the Pirates. And bounced foul.
It'll be interesting to see as this game goes along, assuming Verlander's in the game in the 5th, 6th inning. We've always watched him start out slow velocity-wise, 91, 92, 93. In the middle innings, you'd start seeing 96, 97, 98. Don't think he has that anymore. But it'll be interesting to see if he does have, you know, does he add on velocity-wise as the game goes along?
Verlander facing Marte. McCutchen at first, Polanco at third. Oh, 0-2.
Mason strike zone says that pitch well off inside, and that's a shame.
Yeah, Verlander getting a couple of calls here, pitches that were well out of the zone.
Watching it live, it looked like it was about a half a foot off the plate, but I wanted to see it on the strike zone first, and that's a shame.
Changes the entire makeup of this at-bat now, and it's 1-2. That just misses.
And that's a better pitch. And now watch where the umpire's head is, too, by the way. He's almost blocked out by McCann. How does he see? Oh. And that ended up...
Same exact pitch.
Same location. And he has to put himself in a position where he can see it crossing the home plate area. But he was directly behind the mask of McCann.
Line to third, and Polanco back, 2 outs.
And as a hitter, if he's throwing that fastball inside there, I don't care what the velocity is, and if he's getting that strike call, you have to protect against it. You have to be thinking that I got to get this fastball out of there, I'm going to get rung up. And that's going to make his off-speed pitches more effective when he goes away with it. And no stride approach there from Marte, and get something off-speed. Okay.
Now need a 2-out hit. Jung Ho Gong. Gong 0 for his last 8 at-bats. Started at third base on Sunday afternoon, was 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch. A ball and a strike. Verlander was the 2011 American League Most Valuable Player and Cy Young Award winner. 152 wins, 90 losses all time. Last time he faced the Pirates, he lasted 1 inning. August of last year at PNC Park. About 5 runs, 4 hits, a couple of walks through 40 pitches. Brad Ausmus in his second year as the manager of these Tigers, replacing Jim Leyland. Verlander, that quick throw over there. Three and one.
Jung Ho is a good fastball hitter. I wonder, does he get a good fastball to hit here? Again, Verlander pitches a bit backward, goes with the slider. Jung Ho's thinking, got to get it ready and get the barrel out on the fastball. And a perfectly placed slider gets chase.
3 and 2. First and third, 2 outs. Walked him, and the bases are loaded. A hit and 3 walks in the inning.
Well, we showed you some calls Verlander has gotten in this game. That one.
Also off the plate, didn't get it. He was begging a little bit, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. And didn't get a lot of help from his catcher, McCann, who really, kind of dropped the glove as he caught it. And we see the Pirate catchers do such a good job of framing pitches and making them look better than they are at times.
And there's Pedro Alvarez, 1 for 10 lifetime against Verlander in swings and misses. And this is what John was kind of talking about at the top of the telecast. We've been talking a lot about the lack of offensive production, but still the Pirates pitching staff doing such a great job, and the Pirates with the 4th best record in all of baseball. It's kind of weird because you hear that, but then they could actually be even better. They'd come up with a big hit.
Yep.
And now it's 0-2. And Clint Hurdle went out of his way on Sunday before the game to make the statement that if you saw how many home runs our, quote, right side of the infield had in June, you'd be shocked. He's talking about Pedro Alvarez, and Neil Walker, each with 1 for the month of June. And Iglesias will throw out Alvarez, and the Pirates leave them loaded. A hit and 3 walks. This is the lineup for Brad Ausmus, brought to you by Honda. Anthony Gose will lead things off. Kinsler hits second. Miguel Cabrera hitting third and leading just about every offensive category again. Victor Martinez, the switch hitting DH, that's fourth. Yoenis Cespedes hits fifth, and it's J.D. Martinez, Nick Castellanos, James McCann, and Jose Iglesias.
Garrett Cole, second time facing these Tigers, and I know you mentioned it earlier, Greg. Garrett, the comparisons to Justin Verlander, and they're the same type of arm as a younger Justin Verlander, putting up incredible numbers, 11-3, just a 216 earned run average, and strikeouts per innings. Impressive.
Let's see if he has a better outing, better control. Just 4 2/3 innings against the Reds last time out. Walked 3. Got himself in early trouble. A leadoff walk to Billy Hamilton. Said his pitches were kind of flat. Was throwing a bit across his body. 1-1 on Gose.
And I can't help but think of that Todd Frazier at bat in that game, you know.
And that'll take care of that. Yeah. And really, Frazier's, I guess, was the one that stood out, John, but you could probably tip your cap to a lot of those Reds hitters. They had a good approach against Cole, didn't they?
Yeah, Hamilton, with the walk, and then obviously the Frazier gets a pitch well out of the zone and down for base hit. Bruce in that at bat had a nice little double the opposite way on a pitch that was down and out of the zone. So yeah, they did take a pretty good approach against him, and for whatever reason, the Reds have had his number.
Here is Ian Kinsler, hitting .261 for the season. Garrett Cole has gone old school. Andrew McCutchen started that a couple of weeks ago. He saw Adam Jones of the Orioles had a similar look, and he asked Scott Bonnet about it. 2-0. Maybe we'll get Bones to talk to Robbie on Twitter Tuesday about that. Neil Walker, Josh Harrison. And it's funny that Andrew McCutchen decides to go back to long pants tonight.
I think that would be the weirdest thing about changing up with the socks. I mean, it's not the socks. They always wear socks underneath, and they're typically longer socks, but it's the pants. It would feel weird, especially after having
like they're getting in the way, right?
Yeah. Because it just feels different when the pants are hiked up like that.
And 3-2. Kinsler didn't agree there. edgy.
Yeah, edgy. Borderline.
Kinsler toward right center, Polanco. A bouncer back to the mound, and Kinsler flies out on a 3-2 pitch. Our Rivers Casino tips to win.
Yeah, we mentioned already the Garrett Cole struggle his last time out, going under 5 innings for the first time this year. And so you hope to get the Cole train back on track here today against Detroit. And I think it's important for him to get on track is to limit this guy. And it certainly helps when he goes to the plate with nobody on base, is the case here. But you hope to keep or make Cabrera a non-factor.
You could see Cole's reaction to that last pitch he threw Kinsler essentially right down the middle and shaking his head. He knew he got away with that. Here is Cabrera, 350 batting average. John, you must love to watch this guy hit as a former big leaguer. Miguel Cabrera.
You saw it right away. You saw it his rookie year with the Marlins, and the way he came up. And I the one swing that I'll never forget was against the Cubs and Kerry Wood in the playoffs.
Fly ball to center field. We'll get to that. Yeah, thankfully, we'll talk about it later. 1, 2, 3 and out for Cole.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Colorado and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks!
Back here in Detroit, on to the second inning. The Tigers and Pirates met the opening homestand. Garrett Cole beat Anibal Sanchez in game 1. Then the Tigers back-to-back shutouts against the Bucks behind Shane Green and Alfredo Simon. Verlander had a 28-pitch first inning. And it's ball 1 to Cervelli. And Ghost in center. Easy out. Cervelli the DH tonight. That makes some sense when you've got Chris Stewart has become Cole's catcher. Cervelli, one of the top hitting backstops in the league, but you don't want to eliminate that bat tonight. You have an opportunity. And here's a guy, Jordy Mercer, been on fire in .414 his last 7 games.
Like to see that approach too. So many hard hit balls up the middle and the other way.
"32 years old, Justin Verlander, second overall pick in the 2004 draft. Has thrown 2 no-hitters in his career. Of course, we remember being right here 3 years ago, May 18th, when he nearly no-hit the Pirates. Josh Harrison spoiled the no-hit bid with 1 out in the 9th inning. And you see the record. One of those wins was that near no-hitter. And Mercer either tried to buy a call or thought that one was out of the zone.
Already got some disgruntled hitters early in this game, although that ball came back at the end and kept it at the bottom of the zone, right on the outside edge.
The other way, and it drops in for a hit. Jordy Mercer, a 6-game hitting streak. He singles on the 3-2 pitch with 1 out.
And talk about being inside the ball. That's when the hands lead the barrel of the bat to the ball. When you're pulling off, when that front shoulder opens up early and you pull off, if you get jammed, there's a good chance you hit a weak grounder to the left side. If you stay inside it like Jordy did there, you get jammed a little bit, but you stay inside, the hands are leading the barrel, and you hit the little flare the other way.
Stewart hits it fair inside the third base bag. He didn't waste any time. Kicks off that short fence. Mercer going to be held at third as Cespedes gets the ball in quickly. A double for Stewart.
Wasting no time. Stewart paying attention, my guess. Paying attention how Verlander has started this game. Throwing a lot of fastballs in, even though I think it was supposed to be away. He's looking fastball in, turns it around, hits another ball hard into left field. We've seen him do it so many times this year. Sofield with a kind of a no-brainer call there. Holding up Jordy Mercer at third. Just 1 out. Big arm and left. And no pitcher after Stewart. Roll the lineup over. You got Polanco, and the infield's back.
1 out. Seven of Chris Stewart's 21 hits this season have been doubles. Chris Stewart just inside the bag. Oh, here we go again.
If you're Gregory Polanco, you would look for a pitcher you can hit hard up the middle. Hit something hard up the middle. You get a base hit, you might score 2. At the very least, a ground ball will bring home Jordy Mercer. As long as you hit that ball firm up the middle and past the pitcher, Verlander. Early in the count, before you get to 2 strikes, you want to drive the ball. But once you get 2 strikes, if it does get to 2 strikes, you want to shorten up and just hit a ground ball with the infield back.
The other way, Cespedes with Mercer tagging. It is 1-0 Pirates. Polanco brings home the first run of the ball game.
Nicely done.
Getting the job done. Mercer, opposite field single to third on the Stewart double. And Polanco, RBI number 18 of the year.
And again, talk about staying inside the ball. More likely to get the ball in the air. Plenty deep enough for Mercer.
So 2 productive at-bats for Polanco. The leadoff hit to begin the ball game and sacrifice fly, both to left field. Walker followed the Polanco hit with a walk. Thrown out on a great play by catcher James McCann, trying to advance on a wild pitch. And 2-0. Rick Sofield coaches third base for the Pirates. Brad Fisher is at first tonight. Nick Leyva out with personal reasons, so Brad Fisher, one of the Pirates coaches, takes over at first. And 3-0. 3-0 on Walker with Andrew McCutchen on deck. Verlander early struggles here.
Interesting. Neil Walker may have the green light here, even though it's McCutchen on deck, because you would think Verlander would have to give him something good to hit right here. See, missing down with the first three.
Wow. 4-pitch walk. He's walked 4 already. His career high is 7. In August of 2006, he had a 7-walk outing. And you have to wonder if he is 100%. I mean, you know, John, you've experienced some back issues over your career. What can that entail? Well, of course, I'm not talking as a pitcher, but this is a major league player.
Right. I don't know. When my back was sore, I mean, kind of adrenaline kept you moving, kept you loose. I mean, the only time you really felt it when there was long innings like this, when you were walking everybody, you were standing there. That was the worst thing for my back.
Well, McCutchen with a fly ball to left center field. Cespedes is over. Gose is over, and Gose makes a fine grab. Anthony Gose, not realizing that was the third out, makes a fine play to retire McCutchen and the Pirates. But Gregory Polanco hits the sacrifice fly to give the Bucks the lead. Omar, West Virginia area. Thanks for watching and rooting on your Pittsburgh Pirates. All of us at Root Sports and the Pirates appreciate your support. Gregory Polanco giving Garrett Cole a little support. Our UPMC scoreboard as the Pirates up early. And Garrett Cole, who retired the side in order, now faces the 4, 5, 6 men. Victor Martinez, Yoenis Cespedes, and J.D. Martinez. DH, Victor Martinez. Just missed.
Get the idea that Cole wanted that pitch.
Yeah, I'll say. He's acting now. Chris Siegel has heard it from both benches early on here.
Long look in from Garrett.
Again, Cole looking like, where is that?
Looked like number 1 was under strike zone. Number 2, just a bit off.
Whoa.
Maybe a little frustration on that one.
And a liner to right. And Polanco over. And this is going to be a double for Victor Martinez. And a very unhappy Garrett Cole. He feels like Siegel, the home plate umpire Chris Siegel, didn't help his cause at all.
Chris Stewart trying to calm him down. Just say, hey, can't worry about that. Let it go. Let's move on. After falling behind 3-0, not a bad location. Pretty good swing from Martinez.
Cespedes hitting 300 on the year, or rather, 310 homers, 42 RBIs, and it's a fly ball toward McCutchen. So he comes back to get Cespedes after the double.
That's a high fly ball, and just missing it with Cespedes. That ball out over the plate, just under it a bit. Cespedes with some legit power.
Here's J.D. Martinez, tied for third in the American League with 19 homers. Looking a bit ominous, but really we thought that the rain was going to be here around 7 o'clock, and after a while was going to pass by. It might be in the clear, as bad as that looks.
Rain, heavy rain south of Detroit. Looks like we're going to be okay. Looking at the radar.
I should have deferred to our meteorologist anyway. Mr. John Wayner. Nice to have a resident meteorologist on hand. 2-1 on J.D. Martinez. Who could have forecasted this guy's career in Detroit?
No kid.
Certainly not the Astros, who essentially let him go. J.D. Martinez signed as a minor league free agent before last year. Went on to hit 23 homers, hit .315 for the season last year.
Pace for 40.
Dave Dombrowski, president, GM of this Tigers club. In the air to right, foul territory, and that is going to drop. Full count.
Talk to the folks here in Detroit, and they'll tell you this guy's just studied a lot, and studied some of the great hitters. Kind of trying to copy the approaches of guys like Miguel Cabrera, Albert Pujols, or some of those guys that look to drive the ball the other way more so than trying to pull it.
Whoa. Challenged by Garrett Cole with high heat. First strikeout.
Elevation from Garrett Cole. Going up above the letters, right at the letters. It's the late swing.
Well, Victor Martinez still at second. Here's Nick Castellanos. .225 batting average, but 4 hits in 11 at-bats in that series at PNC Park to open the home schedule. One and one. Breaking ball from Cole. Hitting coach and pitching coach seated next to each other. Jeff Branson and Ray Searage. Check swing foul.
Ray always looking so intense, charting every pitch.
Interesting too, isn't it, the dynamics there, John? The pitching coach is really into it now. The hitting coach is kind of waiting till the Pirates bat next half inning.
At least they get to relax half the game.
Yeah.
You know, when it's flipped around.
Jeff's got a piece of it. For Garrett Cole, it's just his second career start against the Tigers. That one on April 13th was the home opener. He went 6+, gave it 1 run on 3 hits, walked a couple, struck out 8. Cole's earned run average still in the top 10 in the National League. And going the other way with a base hit. Polanco will get to it quickly, and Victor Martinez, one of the slower runners in baseball, not even going to attempt it. Dave Clark holds him up.
Yeah, Dave Clark was trying to windmill him home. He had that right arm twirling around, and you saw how long it took Martinez to get the third. Had to put both hands up. Fastball up out over the plate. Ball was hard hit. Polanco coming in hard, comes up with it clean. Strong throw home, Dave Clark. And you kind of have to get the guy going, making sure. You never know if there's a bobble or anything. I'm sure Dave Clark was considering the fact that if Gregory Polanco comes up with it clean, he's going to have to put the stop sign up. But you have to get that guy running hard just in case there's a mishap.
Here's the catcher, James McCann. Coming off his walk-off home run on Sunday against the White Sox. One hop, and Mercer handles it. Throwing on to Walker for the final out. 1-0 Bucks. Major League Baseball All-Star Game. You can fill out your 2015 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot now at Pirates.com. Voting is exclusively online, available on your computer, tablet, and smartphone. Vote up to 35 times at Pirates.com/vote. And Starling Marte certainly having an all-star caliber first half. Lined out to third base his first time. Pushes that bunt. That's a fair ball. How about that play? And Cabrera tried to shuffle it toward Verlander, went over to cover.
And that wasn't a design bunt. I don't think Marte was trying to bunt the ball down the first base line, but that thing almost is a double.
Yeah.
That was as close as you're going to see to a bunt double.
Watch that again.
If that gets by, he's on second easily.
And more than anything, it looked like Cabrera just trying to knock it down. So a leadoff bunt single for Marte, and here's Jung Ho Kang. Walked in the first. Oh, for his last 8 at bats. Verlander, as you can see that pitch count starting to approach 50 as the Pirates try to make him work, and he has fallen behind his fair share of hitters, having walked 4. This is his 3rd start this season.
Yeah, he has been really picking corners, trying to be just on or off an inside part, on or off the outside part, borderline up, borderline down.
And a pop up, shallow left, Cespedes. First out of the 3rd. Verlander scratched from his last start with back stiffness. Started the season on the disabled list, made his 2015 Tigers debut against the Indians. June 13th, went 5 innings, gave up 2 runs on 3 hits. 6 days later, gave up 6 runs on 10 hits against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium in 6 2/3 innings.
Back in the first, facing Alvarez, threw him 3 straight changeups, got 2 swings and misses, then a weak grounder to short.
Clint Hurdle talking last couple days about Alvarez and wanting him to remain stubborn with his approach and thinking about going the other way. He said, I can map out about every pitch, every at-bat that pitchers are trying to do to Pedro Alvarez.
I honestly believe for him to be consistent and consistently driving the ball in to get better pitches, he's going to have to cover that outside part of the plate. That's where they live. They go out there and, you know, the big 2 RBI base hit he had the other day against the Braves, it was strange to me because the lefty came in with a fastball and he hit up the middle, and you know, it was a big hit at the time. But it's funny, certain teams won't come in at all. Why show them inside at all? Just keep it hard and soft away until he proves he can do damage with those pitches. And there are times, I want to say there was another RBI double he had the other day. It was a pitcher was away from him, but he was able to go out and stay on and drive.
There's a fly ball toward right center field, sending Martinez back toward the wall, and it's going to be off the base of the wall. Marte will wind up at third as Alvarez doubles to the very base of the wall.
Yeah, let's see where this pitch is. It looked like it was away from Pedro, and he's able, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean like you have to hit the outside pitch the other way. As long as you can stay on it, keep your hands back long enough, you could still drive the ball that's away. Look, that pitch is right on the outside corner. Difference being a little bit higher. The ball's belt high, thigh high, a lot easier to reach when it's away than a pitch down around the knees. And Pedro, again, pitch away, don't necessarily have to hit it straight away to left or down the left field line or even left center gap. As long as you stay on it, keep the hands back long enough. And as strong as he is, he can hit the ball out of the park on a pitch away from him.
Here's Cervelli. He goes the other way out of play. Francisco Cervelli moving up in all-star balloting, and you can see the rain has picked up. Really a heavy drizzle more than anything. Most people remaining in their seats. And up the middle. Marte will score, and Cervelli is safe as Cabrera dropped the ball. Kinsler a little double pump. Still would have had time. Cabrera drops the ball. The Pirates lead 2-0.
And a good at bat. Stay up the middle. Just make sure you get at least one of these runners home with less than 2 outs. A little bit off the end of the bat, the high hopper. It's an easy RBI for Cervelli. It handles the bat so well. You see the double pump, but the throw, Cabrera maybe thought that ball was going to be in the dirt. Ends up staying in the air. Who gets the air?
Haven't heard yet. And now Mercer pops this ball out of play.
Stuff may be building right over us here now.
But you said we're fine, right?
I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty nasty. Thunder, lightning.
And this ball hit the other way to right center field. Over is Martinez. Runner at third tags. Alvarez is going to be safe on a bang-bang play at the plate. "3-0 Pirates on the sacrifice fly by Jordy Mercer."
And you got to love these fundamental at-bats. Getting the ball in the air the opposite way, Cervelli with the ground ball up the middle gets an RBI. The Polanco fly ball to the left gets an RBI. Jordy Mercer stays inside. Alvarez tagging up. Pretty strong arm out there in right field for Martinez. They're a lot closer than I thought it would be. Pedro with that wide slide, able to get that hand in there.
A bunt hit. And with 1 out, Alvarez doubled. Then Cervelli hits the ground ball, got the RBI, and reached on the air. And Mercer with a sacrifice fly. Stewart doubled just inside the third base bag. The first pitch he saw in the second, and a struggling Justin Verlander. "57 pitches. He's given up 5 hits, the 3 runs. One of the outs recorded on the bases in the first inning on the throw by James McCann. This ball into center field goes. And the Bucks had their lead. 3-0.
Tigers no score in the bottom of the third inning. It's Twitter Tuesday. Bones was our guest. He's the equipment guy for the Pirates, and Alex Miller asked him, hey, Bones, always wondered who decides the uniforms they wear for each game?
Alex, it is now decided on the starting pitcher. AJ, black. Lariano, black. Locke, black. Cole is probably pretty much going to go with gray or white, and Morton is now on the gray and white kick.
So here's how this one goes. Bones answers the question. We go back in the clubhouse, and he grabs me after we're done taping, and he goes, of course, Garrett Cole, the first time all year he picks the black uniforms. Go figure, on the day Bones is our guest on Twitter Tuesday. But that's a good answer to a question a lot of people have.
That's pretty funny, though. As you were saying that, Rock and I were up here laughing, Robbie, because, well, AJ, you know, he's going with the black. Started that a couple of years ago. It's gotten to the point where, you know, and this ball can be rolled towards short. Gong thought about cutting it off and maybe should have, but Mercer able to get there and rob Iglesias of a hit.
Boy, that's an outstanding play. So often Jordy Mercer just makes the plays. We kind of take them for granted, and then he pulls off something like this. This is not easy for a shortstop to come in. You see a third baseman barehand a lot of balls, but for a shortstop to barehand the ball that far away from home plate, coming off the dirt, and Jordy throws on the run as well as anybody. That's a great play.
Steady as she comes. And now Anthony goes. But it's gotten to the point where we've got to quit calling these black jersey tops the alternate jersey tops, because we rarely see the traveling gray unis. And as Bones just said, you know, if Burnett's pitching, always going to see the black tops.
Home whites are rare too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Ball, 2 strikes on Ghost. He bounced back to Cole in the first. Francisco Liriano. Sean Rodriguez. Liriano will pitch on Thursday afternoon and bounce to Gong. Two outs, 3-0. Our Barrel Automotive league leader stat, best earned run average in the National League on the road. Zach Greinke, Max Scherzer, and Garrett Cole. And there you see Liriano, 5th. Cole's 2.16 ERA overall is 6th lowest in the league. Looking for his 12th win. His 11 victories lead the majors. And the heavier rain starts to send a lot of the fans for cover. One and two.
Nasty two-seamer from Cole there, tying up Kinsler.
Point Park University tweet. Really want to see Garrett Cole start for the National League in this year's All-Star game. Has a Bucco pitcher ever started an All-Star game? Ball's popped up. And who wants it? Cole calls for it, but Alvarez, rightfully so, takes it. And 1, 2, 3. Go the Tigers.
Ken Walbert, who asked Bones, what is the coolest thing you got the chance to authenticate?
Actually, it was right here in Detroit a couple years ago. I believe it was Justin Verlander was throwing a no-hitter against us, and Josh Harrison broke a bat. We authenticated, and the very next day, somebody, I think up in Detroit, called and asked if they could get the bat, which sold, I think, for about $1,500. So that was probably the coolest thing.
How about that story? And that money ended up going to charity, picked up the next day. And that day when Josh Harrison broke up the Justin Verlander no-hitter, that was the only day Harrison ever served as a DH in Major League Baseball. What a memory he has from that, huh?
Boy, that's pretty cool stuff. This ball bunted foul by Gregory Polanco. And Josh Harrison, the night off, but that was unforgettable, that near no-hitter. He broke him the ninth inning over 3 years ago here in Detroit. Polanco has singled to left and hit a sacrifice fly to left. Neil Walker on deck. And just to finish up that last Point Park University tweet about Pirates who have started all-star games, it's happened a handful of times. Most recently, 1975, when Jerry Royce started for the National League. Doc Ellis started the 1971 All-Star game here in Detroit. Remember that Reggie Jackson home run? We'll bring up Neil Walker, and we flash back to that near no-no. May 18th, 2012. Justin Verlander with one out in the ninth, facing Josh Harrison. I figured it would be one of those J-Hay hits, right?
Yeah, nasty pitch. I thought it was actually lower than that. I knew it was a breaking ball that was off the plate away. I thought it was around his ankles. That ball about knee-high off the outside part. He can cover some plate.
One out of the fourth with the Bucks up 3-0. The other all-star pitchers that started the Midsummer Classic, Vernon Law started one of the two all-star games in 1960, and Bob Brent started the 1956 all-star game. Walker, 2 bases on balls, as Verlander walked 4 in the first 2 innings.
Notice Verlander, not a lot of fastballs for strikes. You see the breaking ball, you see the changeup. The fastball, for the most part, he's gone up with it or off the plate in.
And close.
Slider not getting the call from Chris Siegel. Borderline pitch.
And Walker goes down on strikes. Is the first strikeout for Justin Verlander. Going back to that game that Doc Ellis started, the 1971 All-Star game at the old Tiger Stadium. It's the third game the Tigers had hosted. And Reggie Jackson hits this monster home run off Doc Ellis that clears the roof at Old Tiger Stadium, up by the light standard, above all those seats. Strike on Andrew McCutcheon.
Pretty cool looking ballpark.
Yeah,
pretty neat.
We got a chance to broadcast a couple years at the Old Tiger Stadium. So neat to meet that great man, the late Ernie Harwell, longtime voice of the Tigers. Oh, what a class human being. Still 0-2. We are in the Ernie Harwell Media Center, in fact. Press box named after the Hall of Fame broadcaster. checked. No, he did not.
I don't recall you doing that, Ernie Harwell. You got most of the guys down.
No impersonations, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a tough one to impersonate. That voice is too good.
Ooh, pretty close.
Just got a piece of it. It stays 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Is that a different elbow pad than the one he wore the other day?
I think different. So. He, in fact, Bones talked about that he was going to try a new one that is not as bulky, but he thought he might wait until later on to actually try it. Not many players use that type of elbow pad. There's a base hit to right.
Andrew hasn't seen many fastballs to hit in the strike zone. Gets one there, hits it hard.
Clint Hurdle talked, we were just reminiscing about Ernie Harwell, and Clint Hurdle talked about the late, great Tigers broadcaster earlier today, and here's Robbie with more.
Yeah, he was telling a story. He went to the public library with Ernie Harwell and took him through the whole museum, the whole area. Ernie has a branch named after him there. He called it the greatest lunch he ever had in his entire life. Spent 3 hours with him. He said when we went to lunch, at some point in time, we actually ate the lunch between stories. This was back in 2009, I believe, when the Colorado Rockies came to Detroit to play the Tigers, and Clint made time to do it, and Ernie was more than happy to spend the time, tell the stories. He said he had no notebooks, no anything. He saw a picture, he told the story, and he knew every player there. Unforgettable time for him.
Well, I think we can share those sentiments because there was nothing like meeting that man, Ernie Harwell. And Clint Hurdle, who was born in the area. There's the back of the Ernie Harwell statue. Clint Hurdle was born in Big Rapids, Michigan.
Big Rapids?
Big Rapids?
That's different than Grand Rapids.
Not Grand Rapids, right. Big Rapids. One ball, 2 strikes. Stays 1-2 on Marte, who reached on a bunt single leading off the third, a ball that nearly got past first base. Lined out to third baseman Nick Castellanos, his first time up against Verlander. Those guys, keep your heads up. All line that way on the check swing. And hit by the pitch. Starling Marte hit by the pitch.
Once again, the Pirates with an opportunity. This one with 2 outs.
That got him on that elbow pad.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it got the forearm.
After 2 out, 2 are on, and the batter is Jung Ho Kang. And bounced to third. A throw on to first for the final out. As we go to the bottom of the 4th, there is the Ernie Harwell statue. the speedy D. Gordon, who leads the National League in hitting. And here is the American League leader in hitting, Miguel Cabrera, who flied to center field in the first. The Cardinals are underway, hosting the White Sox. They've got their hands full. Chris Sale for Chicago. And bounced, and a little pick on a hop on the backhand by Gong to throw out Cabrera.
Yeah, he kind of paused, and I thought maybe he's going to get himself in trouble, as I thought he was going to get stuck with a little in-between hop, Jung Ho, but did a nice job using those soft hands.
So 1 out for Garrett Cole against Victor Martinez, who doubled in the second. And that gets Martinez, and he looks out at Garrett Cole. The 6th batter that Cole has hit this season. That leads the Pirates staff. The Pirates, unlike last year, do not lead the league in hitting opposing batters. Ooh, right up there at him.
Yeah, that one didn't feel good. That got some meat right in the lat area.
Starling Marte was hit by a Verlander pitch in the top of this 4th inning. Can't get into the mind of the pitcher, John, but what do you think?
Yeah,
it sure looked like it.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. And I know, I'm pretty sure you and Bob had this discussion. Like, you know, if you feel like one of your guys got hit intentionally, it doesn't always have to be intentional. It could always be, you know, if Andrew gets hit and it's not intentional, I mean, he still
gets hit.
Exception. Yeah, he's still getting hit and risking injury and making him uncomfortable. You know, and so my thought process right away was you had Miguel Cabrera up there. You know, if you wanted to make a statement or you wanted to take offense to Marte being hit, you know, he was there leading off, and then after the quick out, Martinez steps in. I mean, it got him pretty solidly, that's for sure. You know, but intentional or not, you know, to me, if I'm Victor Martinez, I mean, I got to think of my pitcher just hit him, and now because he hit their guy, I'm getting hit, and so I take it up with my pitcher, you know, and it's kind of the way it's always governed itself. Mm-hmm. If I'm in danger because something my pitcher did, I'm going to take it up with my pitcher.
Well, the Pirates have been hit more times than any other team in the league. Neil Huntington talked about that on Sunday on his radio show, that that could be a residual effect from last year when the Pirates pitchers hit more batters. But as he pointed out, Pirates pitchers don't headhunt. They don't hit opponents around the neck area. Bounced, and a double play ball to Mercer. Easy does it. As Ernie Harwell would say, that's 2 for the price of 1. It's 3-0 Pittsburgh. Jimenez Cespedes hit into the inning-ending double play. It'll be our Chick-fil-A double play, about as routine as you can get, John.
Yeah, anytime you get the shortstop moving towards the second base bag, it's pretty routine. And I think Jordy Mercer was being pretty nice to Neil Walker. He could have taken it himself, but we'll give Neil Walker a put out and an assist. That was very nicely done. You got to love that. Garrett Cole, very efficient. And double plays, always nice.
Man on a mission again. Go to the 5th. Pedro Alvarez has bounced to short and doubled to the right center gap. We have 3 infielders on the right side. Well, hell. Well. There's the warning. So Verlander follows up the Cole hit batter by plunking Alvarez. Verlander trying to defend it.
Yeah, and that's looking pretty obvious. And, in the old school way, I think it was done more like that than in the other way. You don't want it to look like an accident. You want to basically show everybody, hey, you hit our guy. This is what we're going to do when you continue to hit our guys. We're not going to make it look like an accident. We're going to do it right away.
Well, Cervelli now. And he did go for the a lot of meat there,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, right. You'd rather get hit in the thigh than in the lat, I would think. But doesn't make Pedro any happier.
Right.
And obviously with Verlander, you could sit there and he knows whether or not there was intent on hitting Marte or not. And so in his mind, I was just going in. Marte kind of moved his arm into it. They go and hit my guy on purpose. I'm going to go protect my guy. I honestly think that in this case, it was his decision and his only. He decided that he didn't have to be told by anybody.
Yeah.
I think Verlander was probably ticked off that Martinez got hit and was going to say, hey, this is how I'm going to handle it. What I wonder, though, is if there was a warning after Martinez got hit, would Verlander have still done that?
Well, I mean, if he had done that after a warning, he'd be gone.
Exactly.
But
so I'm wondering
at this point, when you're approaching 90 pitches,
exactly.
Maybe you do it.
Well, to me, that's part of the whole protection process. It shouldn't matter how many pitches. If I'm going to protect my teammate, I'm protecting my teammate.
Well, I mean, you go back to the old school back in the day, that's the way it was.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
This day and age, where pitch counts are in effect and so important, the pitchers know that their time on the mound is limited, and they don't want to be tossed, and then it affects the bullpen. But as you say, back in the day, they didn't care.
Right, and there were so many instances in years past, and it seems like it was always Andrew McCutchen where there were opportunities, early in ball games. You think of the whole Chapman thing. After we faced Chapman, and the next time we faced him, I don't remember if that was the last game of a series, and Chapman hits him in the back. I think there was another time that Andrew got hit, and you had an opportunity to get one of their guys early in the game, whether it be Votto or Phillips or whomever, and then you kind of waited for that first inning of the next game to see if anything was done, and that's always the big risk. Obviously, if they think there's intent, they're going to throw your pitcher out. You got to go through 9 innings of a bullpen.
And do you remember in that? I think it was that very same series in Cincinnati where, because the Pirates didn't get it done that one game, the umpires the next day went into both clubhouses and talked to the managers before the game and warned them.
Yeah. I mean, and that's one of those things. The Delgado thing. That was another instance.
Randall Delgado.
Yeah, after Goldschmidt got hit.
When he hit McCutchen.
Yeah, Delgado hits McCutchen the next day, and then, the following day, nothing's done.
Yeah.
And I thought that was bizarre. And I thought, again, this is another opportunity to take a shot at MLB because nothing was
Right.
done to
Right.
Delgado or
The fact
Gibson
that he
or
didn't
anybody
get
with the Diamondbacks.
fined and suspended was unbelievable.
Because there was nothing more obvious
Yeah.
than that.
Hitting McCutchen square in the back.
And pretty much one of your marquee guys, your guy that you want to market around, and Andrew McCutchen.
He ends up going on the disabled list. The next day, having that aggressive swing, and whether it's oblique or whatever it was, rib. And who knows if that doesn't, it probably cost the Pirates a division title.
Possibly, sure.
Double play ball there. And Mercer hits into the 6-4-3 BP. 3-0 Pittsburgh. In Detroit for the first of a 3-game series with the Tigers. Point Park University tweet. Thank the Black Bears, the West Virginia Black Bears in the New York Penn League. They just started playing about a week ago, and Pirates great Steve Blass threw out the ceremonial first pitch down in Morgantown, that brand new ballpark. Talked to Steve earlier today. He was very excited about it.
I'm sure
Steve said, I've been thinking the last couple days that Pete Rose and I have a lot in common. I don't know if either one of us is going to the Hall of Fame. That was my reaction when he said that to me. He goes, you know, if you got a game that's kind of slow, you can use that line. I said, I might use that regardless of the pace of the game.
Sure, it was a perfect strike.
Martinez bounces it foul.
Have you ever seen him throw? Like in the last 10, 15, whatever. You ever go to fantasy camp and see him throw?
Not at fantasy camp, but I have seen him throw.
Man, I mean, I don't remember how many years ago, how long it's been since I've been down there, but, 70-year-old, goes up there and pitches 3 innings and, man, throws hard.
Yeah.
Throws it where he wants to. It's hilarious.
It's hilarious, and it's great for him because that was that hovered over him for so long after being forced to leave the game, and finally his old buddy Spin Williams one morning in Bradenton. Oh, look at this opposite field base hit for Martinez with nobody on that right side. Right past the shift. Sunday Pirates take on the Indians at PNC Park. 135, all kids 14 and under will get an inflatable chair courtesy of Huggies, Cottonelle, Giant Eagle, and Viva. Into the #1 Cochran Family Fun Zone on Federal Street before the game. Stay after the game. Kids can run the bases. Compliments of the original pizza logs. For tickets, go to Pirates.com. That'll be the finale of the series against the Tribe. That series begins Friday night with a free shirt Friday. And Saturday afternoon, a 4:05 start against the Indians. And then that Sunday game, that final homestand of the first half before the All-Star break. Now Castellanos
It made me think, especially in this game with a few guys getting hit with pitches. We had a fantasy camp game. Blast was mowing the guys down, and one of the guys was messing around, squaring the bunt against him. Riley, I can't think of Riley. I'm sorry. He was an FBI guy, good buddies with Blast. And after he horsed around trying to bunt, Blast hit him in the ribs. And he hit him hard in the ribs, and it was hilarious. But you could hear it, and the ball dropped straight to the guy's feet. It was hilarious.
Steve put it where he wanted to, right?
Raleigh. What was Raleigh's first name? I can't think of his name. But yeah, he put it right where he wanted to.
And a base hit to left for Castellanos. Castellanos has 11 career hits against the Pirates and 23 at bats. He has been a tough out for the Pirates. And it's first and second with no one out for James McCann. Back-to-back leadoff hits in the fifth.
Well, there's a time where you want another ground ball at somebody this time. Get another double play. Garrett hasn't really had the strikeout pitch going, but he's gotten his share of ground balls. And that good two-seam fastball.
McCann bounce one to Jordy Mercer in the second. And in the air to right, Polanco toward the wall. And it is in play. And it is a 2-1 ball game, 3-1 ball game as McCann nearly ties it. To right center, James McCann doubles to make it 3-1.
And you got the feeling Garrett Cole was going to, add a little to the fastball, and he reaches back and throws one at 96, but misses with the location. He wanted it away, left it middle. And tip your cap to James McCann. Up there ready for the fastball and hits it pretty good.
They're going to review this, see if it was a home run. Ray Searage wanted to go out and talk to Garrett Cole, but the home plate umpire, Chris Siegel, stopped them. Said they're going to review this. That's weird. They won't let the pitching coach go out and talk to the pitcher as they review it. Chris Siegel going over to tell Brad Ausmus, I believe that was not a trip yet. Under review, not a challenge. Reviewing to see if this is a home run. Off the tip of that fan's glove. Reaching out over that railing. Chris Stewart and Garrett Cole looking at the big scoreboard.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some sort of role that the pitching coach can't come out during a review. Maybe because they get too much time.
Yeah, well, that's weird. Like, who cares?
Exactly, yeah.
Another look at the near home run. Again, doesn't look like there's anything there that would overturn the original call.
Surprising that it's taking this long.
Second and third at least, nobody out in a 3-1 ball game.
this is a big ballpark, and it's the one place where you think, if you're going to get a cheap home run, it's pretty much down the right field line to right about where that ball hit. The wall kind of goes straight across. That's not very deep.
In the meantime, Cole will stay loose.
See 365 to that part of the gap, and then it juts out. Higher wall gets a lot deeper. And from there all the way over to left center, you have to be a big, strong man to hit it out.
Once again, we're delaying a game, reviewing it, stop action, super slow-mo, zoom in. Just let the original call stand if it's more than 30 seconds and be done with it. Which is not the purpose of replay. Look at these players just standing around. Cole has his arms folded. Absurd.
Yeah, I agree. This is crazy. Especially something that looks pretty obvious. And so, were they going to try to see if this guy actually made contact with the ball with the glove, and if he did, where? And I mean, it's so much guessing.
Every angle, super slow mo, stop action, zoom in. This is really unbelievable. Wow. Call stands. They're probably also looking, because it was fan interference, see where they're going to place the runners. So second and third on the McCann double, and Jose Iglesias to the plate. A 3-1 ball game.
Corners in just in case he looks to bunt. Middle back, concede the 1 run.
And a pop-up. Shallow right. Nobody going to try to advance here. And the first big out for Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole now faces Anthony Gose. At third, Castellanos, he singled following the J.D. Martinez leadoff hit. James McCann, the RBI double.
Good slider there from Garrett. And this is where you talk about comparisons of Garrett Cole and Justin Verlander. When they get in trouble, they go to another level. It's another pitcher. You add to the velocity, bear down on where you locate the pitch. That slider right there, nothing wrong with that. You got Garrett Cole's mind. Does not get the call. PMC Sports Medicine strike zone, right at the knees.
One and two.
That slider really a go-to pitch for Garrett. And there you see runners on under 200 this season.
Ghost able to get it up that 98-mile-per-hour fastball.
Barely getting a piece. Very late swing. The hardest fastball tonight from Garrett.
He's a strikeout candidate, Anthony Ghost. 4th on his club in strikeouts. Cole has just 1 so far, and he gets a second. Nope. Home plate umpire said it was a foul ball, and look at Ghost walking away. I heard Stewart say he didn't touch it. So Ghost strikes out.
And again, Garrett Cole has not been getting many strikeouts, just his second. But this is a big situation. Tightens things up. Goes for the strikeout. Throws a nasty breaking ball here. Ghost didn't appear to be very close to it. I'm not sure why the hands went up.
He called it a foul ball, and Stewart turned around and said,
maybe he's calling timeout to change the ball. That's the only thing it looked like.
That fast.
I guess.
Well, Stewart turned around and said he didn't touch it. There's a little humpback one-hopper to the shortstop, and Garrett Cole shuts the door. A little fist pump to get out of it. 1 run in. It's 3-1. Extend their winning streak to 9 games. 2-1 win in 14 over the Brewers at PNC Park. The game delayed nearly 2.5 hours in the second inning, but Russell Martin, the hero on the 14th. He brought home Gabby Sanchez with the win. And there's A.J. Burnett. Pie in the face at the end. Our day of this day in Pirates history. We'll see A.J. Burnett tomorrow night. Gabby Sanchez went on to play in Japan. And of course, Russell Martin is playing for the Toronto Blue Jays these days. A bunt that drops foul. Almost. That surprised everybody. Chris Stewart tried to bunt for a hit. Almost got it done.
Too much spin. If there's not some spin on the ball, it sits nicely in the grass. See that? Made it a good 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet fair. Spun in foul territory. It's an easy base hit if it stays fair.
And toward right center. Ghost drifting over. 1 out. Shout out to June Evans. June Evans never misses a game here on Root Sports. She's watching tonight. A young 93 out in Bellevue. Rooting on her Buccos. Gregory Polanco will be stepping in. One out in the 6th. Verlander at 90 pitches. It seemed like 3 innings ago he was approaching 90.
Every time you hit that double play ball, too, it seems to help. Quick 5th inning for him.
Polanco led off the ball game with a bloop hit to left. Hit a sacrifice fly in the 2nd that brought in the 1st run. Jordy Mercer from 3rd. Last time up he bounced out to Ian Kinsler at 2nd. And a fly ball toward left center. Cespedes. 2 outs. Coming up on Friday, July 3rd, it's another free shirt Friday. First 20,000 fans will get a free Pirates t-shirt. Go to pirates.com/free shirt Friday. Compliments of Root Sports. Festivities begin on Federal Street with the Barrel Automotive Block Party featuring live entertainment, food, and stop by the Line Kugel Bar. For tickets, go to pirates.com/free shirt Friday. First 20,000 fans kicking off the holiday weekend this coming Friday night. Garrett Cole shut the door after the double by McCann that brought in Martinez. They had 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. You got a pop up, a strikeout, and a ground out. Two walks and a strikeout for Neil Walker. His dad, Tom, one of the 16 fathers on hand this trip, the father's trip. They were on the flight last night. They hung out. And the strikeout for Verlander. 1-2-3, 3-1 Pittsburgh.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network. Health for all. By Kenny Ross, Ask a Neighbor. And by Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture showrooms and freestanding stores. Let's go Bucks!
It is 3-1. The Buccos lead the Detroit Tigers. And the dads, as we mentioned, on hand. Some 16 fathers wearing their sons' jerseys there in one of the suites. wearing the traveling gray unis.
Cole falls behind Cabrera 2-0. Nice to see him come to the plate all 3 times up with nobody on base. That's one way to limit him. Cole not giving in with a fastball, even though behind in the count 2-0, and that's pretty impressive stuff. Be able to flip that in there. Good location for strike 1.
Oh. 2-2.
Again, good location.
Cabrera tops in on-base percentage and slugging in the American League. Count 3-2. There you see it. Biggie up there about every year. Former Triple Crown winner. Bounces it into left field.
He doesn't always look to go up there pulling the fastball. But you mentioned earlier that Cabrera likes to hit the ball the other way. Pirates do pitch him in quite a bit with the fastball. Got one in there at 95, able to find a hole.
Yeah, actually, over the years, the Pirates have done a pretty good job pitching against Miguel Cabrera. A leadoff hit, and now Victor Martinez hit by a Cole offering in the 4th. He doubled to right in the 2nd inning.
He's actually a rare extra base hit. Not hitting many extra base hits early on. I guess I say early on because he spent some time on disabledness, but just 150 at bats. Martinez just picked up his 9th extra base hit.
32 homers last year, 103 RBIs. He's batting only 184 from this left side of the plate. A veteran switch hitter. 441 as a right-handed hitter. There's the shift. Gong remains on the left side. A ball and 2 strikes. 1 year ago today, you see the numbers for Victor Martinez. As John just said, he spent about a month on the disabled list. Left knee tear forced him to miss the entire 2012 season. Two and two.
Fastball, he went back inside there at 96. Now you wonder, does he try to get him with the slider? There you see it. Chris Stewart, 3 is the slider.
He got him. Strikes out Victor Martinez for the first out.
He's a guy that doesn't strike out a whole bunch. In fact, came in with more walks than strikeouts. But that slider starts out down the middle. You don't pick up the spin. You pull the trigger, and it disappears.
Third strikeout for Cole. He faces Yoenis Cespedes. Cespedes came over from the Boston Red Sox for Rick Porcello over the winter. 29-year-old Cuban defector. Roller foul.
That good two-seam fastball from Cole. You gear up for that 95, 96. Then when he throws the two-seamer, it has that movement that runs down and into the right-handed batter. You try to gear up for it. Hard not to hit the top half. Right down on that left leg.
Well, the Pirates just got done playing the Atlanta Braves. They hit into a bunch of double plays, but nobody hits into more twin killings than the Tigers in all of baseball. It's 1-2 now. Tigers are in third place in the American League Central, 6 games behind the Royals. 3 games over 500 are the Tigers.
Behind the Twins. Who
Yeah,
had that?
Yeah. Twins 5.5 back of Kansas City. And then Detroit. Wally Joyner, one of the great professional hitters in his day. Hitting coach now for the Tigers. Wally World. And back-to-back strikeouts for Garrett Cole. 4 now on the night.
1-2. He went to a curveball, and Cespedes able to lay off. Goes back to the slider, 2-2, and gets the off-balance swing way out in front. Again, you have to respect the velocity. Sometimes you have to start things a little early, and you look bad when you don't get the heat.
And a little fister into center. J.D. Martinez with his second hit. So first and second, 2 outs, and it will bring up Nick Castellanos. The standings in the American League Central as the Twins, John mentioned, in second place. They're playing the Reds tonight. The Royals are visiting Houston, and the Astros lead that game 2-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Cardinals trail the White Sox 1-0 after 3 innings in St. Louis. Castellanos 2 hits tonight. Six hits and 13 at bats against Pirates pitching in the 4 games played in the season series. The Tigers, the top hitting team in all of baseball, collectively batting .275. Not worried about the offense. A little bit concerned about the starting pitching and getting that straightened out. Team ERA of 4.05. Only the Yankees, Blue Jays, White Sox, and Red Sox a higher earned run average. And look out. At 96, Castellanos takes a deep breath.
Yeah, I think you get slider, then you might start looking for it. Start leaning out over the plate, and then you get stood up, the fastball in.
He got him. He strikes out Martinez, Cespedes, and Castellanos. And the Tigers strand 2. First of 3 and then back home. You catch the excitement of Pirates baseball at PNC Park with the Pirates Summer 6-Pack presented by Papa John's for as low as $99. You lock in your seats and price when you build your own 6-game plan. Plus, each Summer 6-Pack comes with a complimentary large 2-topping pizza from Papa John's. Find out more at pirates.com/summer. The Pirates Summer 6-Pack. Verlander still out there for the 7th inning. The Tigers have to be encouraged after that very shaky first inning and a subpar second inning. He gave up 2 runs in the third, 1 unearned. McCutchen has walked, flied out, and singled. Now Albuquerque, Tom Gorzolani.
Fastball in, Andrew. I must say that we have seen that more than ever before as far as him just being pitched in.
McCutchen?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, he said after he got hit on the elbow, had to really think long and hard about it all. And he said, am I an Anthony Rizzo type guy that leans over the plate? No. Basically, they're pitching me up and in. I can kind of understand it because pitchers don't want to leave balls over the plate. See their ERAs spike.
Yeah. Do some damage to it, but he still has that great bat speed, can turn around just about anything. But I think over the years he has been pitched away so much more. He's had to adjust. And you hear Clint Hurdle talk about counter punching. Andrew proved that he can turn around fastballs. Then he gets pitched away more than we see him, especially when he gets hot, drives the ball right center, right field on pitches away. Lee coming in, trying to make him uncomfortable, move his feet.
Inside and a leadoff walk for Verlander. It's his 5th. He's also hit 2 batters. Brad Ausmus is going to make the change right here. Second-year skipper of the Tigers is going to pull Verlander after 6+ innings in Verlander's 3rd start of the season. Verlander a little disappointed. After 103 pitches, he exits trailing 3-1. reasons why the Buccos are the perfect fit for his son. Chris Peters finds himself right here on the mound. The right time. His former team needed him. Little help. Much more inside Pirates baseball presented by Allegheny Health Network tonight after postgame on Root Sports. And Hurdle as his Buccos at the right place as well. Leading 3-1, but look for more against Albuquerque.
31st appearance, 3 ERA, 30 innings, 30 strikeouts. Lots of sliders, especially to right-handed batters. Just about 2 out of 3 pitches he'll throw to righties will be the slider. All he has is a fastball slider. Fastball, low 90s. That's a real good slider.
Marte on base twice, had the bunt single right down the line at first, almost got past Miguel Cabrera, went for a bunt hit, and he scored on a ground ball by Cervelli in the 3rd inning. Cole going to work on those cleats. A little rain here earlier. It didn't cause any stoppage in play as Marte reaches and comes up empty.
All sliders. As you watch, even watching live, I watched a couple of pitches on the TV monitor. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of break to it. Watch the pitch live. It just doesn't look like it moves that much. I mean, the slider, 3 straight sliders, just a little bit of movement, but
just enough,
I guess. With all the information given to these players nowadays, I mean, it shouldn't come as no surprise what you're going to see from Albuquerque.
Another throw over.
Think of Carlos Marmol, who threw a bunch of sliders, but his was crazy big. It had so much break. Romo from the Giants, another guy, lots of sliders.
Pirates fans remember Mike Williams was slider man.
Yep.
Former closer. Verlander paces. McCutchen his responsibility. And now Java Chamberlain joins Tom Gorzolani. There goes McCutchen. The pitch is taken for a strike, and he is safe. A stolen base for McCutchen, who has picked up 2 steals in the last few ball games after not even attempting a steal for the longest time.
Boy, I tell you what, McCann made that look close. McCutchen,
but it shouldn't have been, right?
Had a huge jump. I mean, that was perfect timing. I mean, he timed Albuquerque perfectly. And this strong arm from a knee made it interesting.
McCutchen swipes his 5th bag of the season. He stole a base on Friday. And that's big for McCutchen because he really shuts down the running game after he gets caught. And that's pretty much it. He becomes really, goes on kind of the defensive, does not like getting, obviously, caught stealing or throw down the bases. But it kind of like hitting, I guess, John, has a couple of steals, maybe starts to feel better about it.
Yeah, and it was a big part of his game. And for whatever reason, wasn't doing it often enough, and maybe he wants it to be a big part of his game again.
Gong trying to get him home. 5 steals for McCutchen now this season in 7 attempts. McCutcheon stole 33 bases in his first full year in the big leagues 5 years ago. Fly ball towards Cespedes, going back toward the track, and makes the catch. Young flies out to the warning track. Pedro Alvarez.
Jung Ho perhaps sitting on that slider, knew it was coming. Stayed back long enough, a little out in front. The top hand came off a little bit early.
They're going to intentionally walk Alvarez to face Cervelli.
Who did they give the error to, by the way, on Cervelli?
Cabrera. That was back in the third inning. Cervelli hit the ground ball, and Cabrera could not handle the throw. And the Pirates did score an unearned run in that third. Cervelli can make the Tigers pay for this decision. We're going to have a pinch runner for Alvarez now. Sean Rodriguez will stay in the ball game at first. Alvarez, a productive evening, on base 3 times. A big double in the third. Now Cervelli, currently third among catchers in voting the National League All-Star team. Pirates.com/vote. One ball, one strike.
Cervelli under 300 for the first time in seems like forever.
Jeff Jones, the pitching coach, talking things over there with Verlander. One ball, one strike. Snap throw to first. Look out. Rodriguez gets back.
And one of those plays that's put on before the pitch is thrown. McCann making some sort of sign or eye contact with Cabrera over there at first base. Ball arriving fairly close to Rodriguez, but tag way late. And that's important to the catcher if he's going to put that type of play on. Make sure you get a pitch that Cervelli can't hit.
Oh, Cervelli really not happy with that one. Chris Siegel.
Yeah, that pitch is off.
See why?
Yep.
Come out.
Francisco could probably argue a little more than normal. He doesn't have to catch.
Yeah,
try to buy calls.
Right. Good call. Oh, good point. 3-2. DHing tonight. Mercer would be next. Runners will be off on this pitch. And he gets him. Albuquerque strikes out Cervelli. 7th inning stretch. Still 3-1 Bucks. Shots from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo in Detroit. Well, the Pirates lead the Tigers 3-1. Nearly 34,000 on hand to watch the first of this 3-game series. And back to work, Garrett Cole. Sean Rodriguez stays in the game for Pedro Alvarez. James McCann doubled in the only run for Detroit in the 5th. And a one-hop shot off of Mercer's glove.
I think if that ball doesn't come up as high as it does on Mercer, he may make this play and throw out McCann. But this ball came up a little more than I think he anticipated and hit too hard to adjust.
Leadoff hit for James McCann. Jose Iglesias robbed of a hit by Jordy Mercer in the 3rd, flied out to right field in the 5th. Hitting .327. Studying the signs from Dave Clark right now. One ball, one strike. It's Garrett Cole's game right now. His next offering will be his 95th pitch here in the 7th. To this point, the bullpen quiet. Looks like he wanted that call and didn't get it. 2-1.
Missed with the location. He had Stewart setting up.
Wow.
So yeah, but look at the way Stewart.
Right.
An umpire typically is never going to give you that pitch when the catcher catches the ball like that.
But it was a strike, and the runner goes, and it's fouled off. They sent McCann.
Yeah, and watching the Pirates defensively, as the guys in the dugout had to scatter, when you're going to run the catcher, chances are it's a hit and run. I saw Neil Walker was covering second base there, and a whole big wide open right side of the infield as he broke the cover. And that's something you should kind of factor in before the at bat. If you're the middle infielders for the Pittsburgh Pirates, you got a hard thrower like Garrett Cole. You got a catcher on first base. If they're going to send him, it's a hit and run, and so it's probably a good idea to switch up the coverage, especially on a fastball, because the middle infielders can look in there and see the signs that Chris Stewart's giving Garrett Cole, and so and then Neil Walker, you can see, is talking to Jordy Mercer, but in between, after every pitch, they put their gloves up to signal who's covering, and in that situation, it should have been Jordy Mercer covering and not Neil Walker to take away that hole on the right side.
Runner goes again, and it's bounced on the right side, but not far enough. Rodriguez will get there. That's a great point there, John, about that. Let's go back to the studio. Rob King for a game break. All right, Rob, thanks. Randall Grichuk's 7th home run of the season. Sale allowing just the 2 hits so far, but it is tied at 1. Here it is 3-1. Garrett Cole trying to get through this 7th inning. It is Jared Hughes up in the pen now. Just got up. James McCann at second. Cole was looking for a bounce back start. Upset with himself that he could only go 4 2/3 innings against the Reds last time. They'd love to give Clint Hurdle 7. Bounced and foul. He's allowed 8 hits and a 1 run so far.
You get the idea that Cole will face Ghost and Kinsler. And if Cabrera gets up, that's the one you wonder. Is that the guy Jared Hughes is loosening for?
Omar Vizquel, one of the all-time greats.
In comparisons between him and Tigers wizard.
Yeah, Iglesias and Vizquel drawn comparisons. That's short. Two and two.
I don't want to pull Milwaukee on you, but is Iglesias from Venezuela?
Yes. No, he's Cuban actually.
Oh,
3 and 2.
Such a long history of great shortstops coming out of Venezuela. Vizquel, one of them. Dave Concepcion and Ozzie Guillen and Luis Gonzalez. So many. I'm just curious if there's another one coming out of the pipeline.
And now Stewart going to talk with Cole. It's a huge pitch with Kinsler on deck and Cabrera in the hole.
They got him to chase that slider a couple of times in his last at bat. And so you wonder if that's where they're thinking. Now, with nobody out and McCann on first, they went after Iglesias with a 3-2 slider. And so did they do it again here with Ghost?
3 and 2. Struck him out looking. Garrett Cole gets the second out. Second time he's gotten Ghost. 6 strikeouts.
And you wonder, is Ghost sitting there thinking, well, I got to protect against the slider, and he has that in the back of his mind, and yet gets that fastball, perfect pitch, down in the zone, 96 miles per hour. You just tip your cap and head back to the dugout.
Five of the last 7 outs have been strikeouts for Cole.
And there's like certain guys like a Garrett Cole, the guys that have this type of velocity. That's right there why, I don't know if Ghost is looking for a slider, but that's why you can't look for a slider. I mean, you sit there and you know that velocity, it's getting on you so fast. You have to sit fastball and hope that you can adjust to the slider.
Line down the line and left, and it's fair. It is 3-2. Ian Kinsler rips it down the line and left. Scores McCann. It's a 1-run ball game. And here comes Clint Hurdle. Cole was 1 out away from giving the Pirates that 7.
And that fastball up, out over the plate. And that's a pitch he can throw by some guys, but Ian Kinsler, whether he was looking for it or not, put a pretty good swing on it.
31st RBI of the year for Ian Kinsler. He represents the tying run with 2 outs in the 7th. Cole will exit. Jared Hughes will enter.
Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Garrett Cole back to the dugout. Responsible for that man at second. And here's Jared Hughes to try and get Cabrera. Miguel Cabrera. Ball one.
So dangerous. Batting average of 350. A little better with runners in scoring position at 354.
Broken bat, look out. The barrel flies into the seats while Mercer gets the out. Jared Hughes does the job. Simon. AJ looks for his 7th win of the season. Francisco Liriano will face Kyle Ryan on Thursday afternoon. First pitch 108 on Thursday. And then back home in the final homestand before the All-Star break. And a lot of talk that AJ Burnett would be a popular All-Star choice. Jared Hughes. How big was that? To break Cabrera's bat, get the out.
Yeah, huge. Just pounding him in with that good sinker.
So the book closed on Cole. Cabrera grounds out. The runner at second.
You know, you have to think about with first base open. I don't care if it's putting the go-ahead run on or not. It's Miguel Cabrera. Yep. And that's where having Victor Martinez, you know, a healthy Victor Martinez behind him makes it so dangerous.
I wonder, though, John, when it comes to, again, that's the splits for Victor Martinez.
Yeah.
Hitting under 200 against righties. Fly ball to right. Mercer retired. Albuquerque placed Justin Verlander. He has retired each man he's faced. They walked Alvarez intentionally last inning. Stewart 1 for 3. Make it 2 for 4. Chris Stewart, who doubled in the second, has a 1-out single here in the 8th.
Gotta love what this catching tandem has done. Cervelli and Stewart. They're just two ultimate pros.
And not just the batting averages. Combined close to 300, the two of them. But you think about the defense behind the plate.
Good teammates, very well liked, good chemistry gamers. And they just go out there and they concentrate, play hard, give nothing up, give in to nothing.
Brett Osmus will call on the left-hander. Gregory Polanco coming up. Series. He's out for the year and maybe done for his career. Tommy John surgery in April. 30-plus saves, 9 seasons. 30-plus. Joakim Soria is the closer now, and he's done a pretty good job. Here's Blaine Hardy.
He's done a pretty good job. 3-1, a 2.78 ERA for a guy that doesn't throw all that hard.
And, swing at a piece of the can. Had to crack his mask. Something became dislodged.
Whoa. Bat boy. Careful now. The bat boy went falling down the steps.
See what happened to McCann. Oh, the ball. That was the backswing, but it's a foul ball. He needs the new mask.
He has a backup.
Polanco, sacrifice fly in the second. He's had a hit, a ground out, and a fly out. On deck, Neil Walker. Quick throw over. And Stewart safe. Diving back.
Like Chris Stewart. Getting some attention over there at first base. Polanco. Hardy, along with that fastball, has a curveball cutter. There's the big curveball. big breaker.
Second season with the Tigers. They signed him as a minor league free agent a couple of years ago. Last year, 2.54 ERA. Last year, he walked 20 batters in 39 innings. Blaine Hardy, 22nd round pick of the Royals back in 2008.
See if Gregor gets another curveball. Nope, they're set up.
Whoa.
Hit batter. No intent there. That's a break for the Pirates.
First and second with one out.
One of the better curveballs in the league, hitting well under 100 against that curveball. 0.63.
Gonna check on him. Here comes Todd Tomczyk.
Probably just trying to go up and in, maybe to get a chase or just to show it. And kind of where McCutchen got hit, back of that elbow.
Says he's good to go. Todd Tomczyk, busy head athletic trainer. His dad has made the trip. Polanco is ready. Neil Walker didn't want to, but did bounce it to Cabrera. Get one, and a fire toward third. Iglesias knew he was not going to get Walker at first, so he gunned it toward Castellanos.
I was actually a little surprised he didn't throw it to first. I mean, he would have had to rely on his pitcher Hardy getting over there in time. But it may have been a pretty close play. Cabrera, good athlete, was a good third baseman, handles it, got himself in a good position there to make the throw to second.
Polanco, a nice job, went in there hard.
Yeah.
Deep first. Another pitching change here. Third of the inning for Brad Ausmus. Gregory Polanco hit by the pitch and then thrown out on the bouncer by Walker. So here is Jabba Chamberlain looking for the last out of the eighth.
27 games, 0-2, 3.15 the ERA. His 14 strikeouts in 20 innings. Lots of strikes, 4 walks, couple of homers. Opponent average pretty high, 317.
Faces Andrew McCutchen with runners at the corners and 2 down.
Another one that despite pretty firm fastball. Low 90s, can get the mid 90s. Throws a lot of breaking balls.
You see his last 5 outings, 4 innings, 5 runs. Hit a batter, homer, 7 hits. 95 got past McCutchen.
Came at him with a fastball, perhaps a bit up. Top of the zone, middle. Comes at him again. Maybe saw the scouting report and saw lots of breaking balls. Only throws were 1 of 3 pitches. Fastballs to right-handed batters. Comes right at McCutchen, 95 and 96.
That'll reach the seats. McCutchen on base 3 times. He's walked a couple times. He's singled. Anthony Ghost made a nice play on a ball that he hit toward the left center gap in the 2nd inning. And a base hit, a 2-out single for Andrew McCutchen. He ripped it. The 0-2 offering. Big insurance run. McCutchen on base for the 4th time.
Yeah, that is huge, too. I think Andrew has to be scratching his head. What's going on? They keep giving me fastball after fastball. And tried to come in, sneak a fastball by him. And Andrew turns this one around. The 2nd pitch he took for a strike. And this time hits it hard.
45th RBI for McCutchen.
That's a big run right there.
Off-speed pitch there. Tony Watson and Antonio Bastardo, assuming that Bastardo is up now in case the Pirates have a big inning. It remains tight. Figure we'll see Watson in the bottom of the 8th. One and one. Boy, those 2-out hits.
Yeah, they're huge.
Man, that feels like you really deflated the opponent.
Yep, they're kind of creeping back into it. Tightened it up, made it a 1-run game, and Andrew McCutchen back to 2.
On the other hand, Marte not seeing fastballs. Marte had a bunt hit, a big one to lead off the 3rd, and scored. He's also been hit by a pitch. Now, this inning began with a 1-out single from Chris Stewart. Chamberlain strikes out Marte. And Andrew McCutchen provides the Pirates with an insurance run. It's 4-2 going to the bottom of the 8th. handshake from Jeff Locke, a handshake from A.J. Burnett, even a hug. As his night ends, going 6 2/3, 2 runs, 9 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts. Jared Hughes got that big final out. Andrew McCutchen has been on base 4 times, just got the big 2-out RBI single. Let's give the Pirates this 2-run lead. 6 outs to get. This final stretch of games before the All-Star break. And Tony Watson takes over the 8th inning.
What a great year once again for Tony Watson. A 169 ERA. League just 189 against him. 34 punch-outs to 8 walks.
And first pitch, swinging Victor Martinez. Not much as a left-hand hitter, but 450 as a right-handed batter.
Watson likes to come at guys with the fastball. Throws that fastball, pretty good location. Not many hitters are able to get on top of that pitch.
Big rip. Foul ball by Cespedes. Bounced into a double play to end the 4th. He's also flied out and struck out. 3rd time Martinez has reached.
Out in front of the changeup. Not as violent as the Carlos Gomez, but
can't help but think of Carlos Gomez when you see that. Oh, 0-2. Mark Melancon. See that every 8th inning. 2-2 now.
Tony Watson had him out in front of that changeup. After 2 fastballs in, if you go back to the changeup.
Yes.
87, good location, keep it in the outer 3rd. And as a hitter, I mean, you have to respect the velocity. You have to gear up for velocity. Changeup is the one pitch that looks most like the fastball out of the pitcher's hand. And so you recognize it, you know it's in the zone, you pull the trigger, and the ball just doesn't get there.
He last pitched on Thursday. Now J.D. Martinez.
That was violent. That was a late swing from Martinez.
Drive to left. Deep. Marte back, and it's tied at 4. J.D. Martinez hits his 20th of the year to tie this game at 4. Unbelievable off of Tony Watson.
Boy, what an adjustment. And you have to think, you know, Chris Stewart reading swings, he's probably upset as anybody because the first fastball was by him, and so they said, well, let's go back in there. No way he's catching up after that first swing. Look where the location is. That's off the plate inside. Sometimes you just tip your cap to a great swing. You know, J.D. Martinez shortens it up, pulls the hands in.
A stunner
Not many guys can do that right there.
Absolute stunner here. Tony Watson gives up a game-tying home run. Third he's allowed this season, and the first since April 21st.
Yeah, I want to say, you know, they gave up a 3-run homer to Frazier that opening day. That was opening series.
Wellington Castillo was the last player to hit a home run off Tony Watson.
And for a long time, those were the only runs he gave up. The 3-run homer to Frazier and then the home run to Castillo.
Just doesn't happen. It's
boy, that's a good pitch. That's a pitch Watson goes to a lot. I mean, the location was good. I mean, you just don't see that. A guy that's able to, I think the Frazier homer, I remember, was up and out over the plate. And he turned around, but off the plate in, to pull your hands in and hit that pitch off the plate that far left center, almost more center than left. That is just a great baseball swing.
Castellanos, 2 hits and 3 at-bats against Cole. Will be a no decision. The Pirates starter. That's JD Martinez. Here's another look at what John's talking about.
So they've worked on him. You know, he's been working on hitting the ball more to the big part of the field. You know, if you look to pull that pitch, you're probably going to pull it foul. And when you look to hit the ball up the middle, the hands stay in. The front shoulder doesn't fly open. And you have to be a big, strong guy like JD Martinez to hit the ball that far.
Pop up toward the seats. Sean Rodriguez with room. Second out here in the 8th. Do have to give JD Martinez a ton of credit. Akeem Soria getting ready. Martinez signed as a minor league free agent toward the end of March last year. After parts of 3 seasons with the Houston Astros, a career that started in 2009 after the Astros drafted him in the 20th round that year. He never hit, even in the minors, more than 20 homers. And he had 23 with the Tigers last year, 33 combined at AAA. Got to give the Tigers credit to see that in JD Martinez. One and 2 on McCann.
I mean, remember when the Astros were in our division, you know, we saw him a lot, knew that he was, you know, they thought highly of him, the Astros did, back when he was a younger guy. He went through some struggles, but to his credit, he's figured some things out.
Dave Clark, third base coach and longtime coach with the Astros and an interim manager with the Houston Astros, gave Dave Dombrowski and the Tigers rave reviews and strongly encouraged them to sign JD Martinez. Down on strikes goes McCann. JD Martinez ties it for all. giving up the 2-run homer. Talking to Ray Searage. He's been so good, but his demeanor just doesn't change. He's calm, cool, and as John Wayner said, there are times when you really do have to tip your cap to the opponent. Joakim Soria is their closer. Try and keep it tied.
Pretty good numbers there, too. 3-0, 17 for 19 and saves, 2.64 ERA. And, and I know I've said this a number of times, especially when you're late in the game, you want, if you're going to get beat with a home run, get beat to the big side of the field, get beat the opposite direction. Don't give him anything or the opposition anything that they can pull out of the ballpark. But a guy like Martinez, he hits him out just as well to right and center as he does to left. Miguel Cabrera, I mean, he's more likely to shoot you out to right than he is to left.
Jung Ho Kang. No decision for Cole, of course. He will not get his 12th win tonight.
Big curveball there from Soria. A big slow bender.
Soria saved back-to-back games against the Pirates back in April.
Jung Ho unable to pull the trigger at this fastball at 93. Missed at the location, did Soria, but inner third, knees. Cranked it up to 95. Fastball right on the outside. Look at all the balls where he is. Just on the edge or just off. Keeping out of the middle of the plate.
Soria, former closer with the Royals, was traded over from the Rangers last year. A.J. Burnett will pitch tomorrow night. Archimedes Caminero going to be coming on. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Sean Rodriguez. Unless the Pirates can score here off Soria. Joakim Soria was setting up Joe Nathan last year, now closing games.
Sean Rodriguez, like Jung Ho Kang, unable to pull the trigger with the fastball. Pretty much down the middle.
Soria, just 4 walks, 31 innings. And he gets Rodriguez back-to-back Ks.
That's a nasty curveball. He's got a big bender. And you'll see the break down and away from Sean Rodriguez. Good location once again. Help there. Cervelli once again unhappy with that outside part of the plate. PMC Sports Medicine strike zone shows that a few inches off.
One and two on Cervelli. He has struck out each of his last 2 times up. Verlander got him in the 5th. Verlander went 6+, 3 runs, 2 earned. Albuquerque struck out Cervelli to end the 7th. Slowly hit toward the shortstop Iglesias, and he tries to barehand that ball, and Cervelli will reach.
I don't know if this ball maybe kicks a bit to his right. A much better chance to get on there with both glove and hand. Try to get it with 2 hands and throw it all in one motion. That big curveball again off the end of the bat with Francisco, and Iglesias, tough little play trying to short hop, catch a short hop with the bare hand.
Here's Jordy Mercer. Singled and scored in the 2nd, hit a sacrifice fly in the 3rd. Sorry, another pitcher came back from Tommy John surgery.
He's thrown harder than I remember. I mean, his velocity is surprising me, up in the consistently 94, 95 miles per hour. And the location not as much. I mean, he's able to put the ball pretty much where he wanted to. With that nasty curveball. That's got some real good tight spin. Again, down in the zone.
Just missing 3 and 2 on Mercer. In case the Pirates score, Melanson is ready.
Cervelli taking off. Jordy can find the gap. He should be able to come around to score. The Tigers really play him, Mercer, straight up the left, way over into right center. There's a huge gap for him in the left center. If he were to hit a line drive, say, over the shortstop's head, good chance that gets to the wall.
Could he go? No. Just lays off. And on the appeal to Marvin Hudson, Mercer reaches. He went with a breaking ball, and Joakim Soria, just the 5th walk he's allowed in 31 innings.
This was pretty close. Jordy expecting heater. Pretty close.
Here is Chris Stewart. 2 for 4 tonight. Last inning singled with 1 out and scored. Soria looking towards second. Oh, and 2.
Now you look at what Soria, what they have him averaging fastball-wise this year, just 91.7 miles per hour. And he's consistently at 94, 95 with pretty good location. Stewart can bloop one in somehow.
Pitches, the most pitches he's thrown in an inning, 27 this season. One ball, 2 strikes. And now McCann calls time. See the grass, a lot of grass out in left center. But Soria strikes out Stewart. Pirates leave a couple after hope for extra innings, 4-4. Four ball game going to the bottom of the 9th inning. Tigers get the 2-run game-tying homer from JT Martinez. The Pirates now look to try and go extra innings. Pirates continue this series from Comerica Park tomorrow evening. Catch all the action starting at 6:30 with Pirates pregame presented by WB Mason on Root Sports. Archimedes Caminero has struggled a bit lately.
Iglesias. A big cut. Expecting the heat. Got the slider.
Oh, and 2. Last 3 2/3 innings for Caminero. He has allowed 8 hits and has hit a batter, 2 home runs. Towards center. 1 out.
100 miles per hour. Tried to sneak one by him after getting ahead 0-2 with the 2 good sliders.
Now it's Anthony Gose with Kinsler on deck, and should somebody reach, Miguel Cabrera. Ball, 1 strike. Over there at first, see Rodriguez near the line. 1-2.
Outside.
100 miles an hour again.
This fun watch.
Gose was 0 for 4 against Garrett Cole with a couple of strikeouts. Second time this season Caminero has faced the Tigers. And a base hit. Gose aboard. They'll bring up Ian Kinsler.
Means unless they get a double play ball here, you have to face Miguel Cabrera here at the bottom of the ninth.
Gose with 11 steals, caught 6 times. Stewart behind the plate. Nice job defensively this season. Oh, had him leaning. Close play. Rodriguez looks toward the dugout. Well, they can ask for a review, but they're out of challenges.
Whoa. Yeah, that's really close.
Then Herter goes back. A bit surprised maybe they don't at least ask for a review, but they figure it's not enough evidence to overturn it.
situation, he's just going to sit there and hold out. I mean, I'm thinking if I'm the Tigers, I don't want Ghost going anywhere.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
You know what I mean? It's like, we're obviously paying a lot of attention to him over there. That's why I would think it'd be inexcusable for him to get picked off right there, because you want Cabrera to come to the plate. You don't want to risk having a runner thrown out on the bases to where you take the bat out of Cabrera's hands in this inning.
Pitch out. Wow, that was almost over the plate. Home plate umpire ducks.
Didn't get it out there very well. That pitch, yeah, not far from the outside corner.
One ball, one strike.
Yeah, with Caminero, he does have a good slider. He throws a split to the lefties. Able to throw them all for strikes. And that's a pitch you may see him throwing more and more, because it seems like when he does get touched up, it is against the fastball.
1-2.
Another off-speed pitch there. And that was a split, I believe.
One ball, two strikes on Kinsler. There goes the runner. Swing and a miss. Throw down by Stewart, and he is safe.
Yeah. And so now, you're in that predicament, and I know you've talked about it. Now Cabrera's due up. Now you have first base open. Do you walk him?
I mean, in terms of the numbers, you walk him.
Yeah.
If you're going by just the numbers with Victor Martinez on those splits. A stolen base for Gose. His 12th. They are going to go by the numbers. Walk Cabrera. As dangerous as Victor Martinez is. This has not been hitting right-handers. Martinez did have a double as a left-handed hitter off of Garrett Cole in the second inning. We're batting 190 from this left side of the plate. Also hit by a pitch and struck out against Cole, and lined a single off the left-hander Watson to start last inning, and of course was aboard for J.D. Martinez with the game-tying homer. Down the cases here. First pitch fastball. Opponents hit 205 off Caminero's fastball. 167 off the off-speed stuff. Lefty's hitting 191 off Caminero. A base hit should win it. With Gose's speed. Victor Martinez 0 for 2 against Caminero in previous matchups. Here's a look at the defense.
Straight up in the outfield. Mercer playing him up the middle.
Fastball missed, 2-1. Caminero went 2+ innings against the Tigers at PNC Park on the 14th of April. Victor Martinez did not play. He did pinch hit in the ball game and struck out against Caminero. Didn't start as the DH, of course, for the Tigers. 2-1, 2 outs. Bottom of the ninth. Tigers look for their second straight walk-off in as many games. James McCann had a walk-off home run on Sunday to beat the White Sox. Oh, 2-2.
Nasty pitch. Back foot slider. Good location.
Toward left. Back is Marte. And we are going extra innings. Caminero gets Martinez to fly out to deep left. It's on to the 10th.
Beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
And we are going extra frames. The Pirates are 3-7 in extra innings. 0-5 on the road. Archimedes Caminero pitched the scoreless bottom of the ninth, giving Pirate fans hope. And Bruce Rondon.
Yeah, they got a flamethrower of their own in Rondon. Just a couple of games, 1-0, 1 2/3 innings. 3 punch-outs. Another guy gets it up into the high 90s, can touch 100.
Rondon now faces Polanco. Rondon was recalled from AAA Toledo before last Thursday's game. Was reinstated from the disabled list in June and optioned out since the 1st of April. Bicep tendonitis. Another guy that had Tommy John surgery back to March of last year. The Tigers minor league pitcher of the year in 2012. Ulnar collateral ligament replaced at elbow. And Polanco with a fly ball to left. Cespedes. One up and one down. Polanco with a hit to start the ball game and a sacrifice fly, also hit by a pitch, but starts his 10th inning with a fly ball to the warning track. Neil Walker, 2 walks his first 2 plate appearances, and a couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Tigers 3 and 4 in extra innings.
Bucks haven't done very well on the road.
No, as we'll repeat that, 0 and 5 on the road.
Sorry, Nick.
Why?
You got to repeat it.
Oh no, it's to underscore it. That's why you said that. Strike is called.
I was busy researching something.
Mark Melanson going to pitch the bottom of the 10th. Oftentimes you save your closer till you score in the top half on the road, but Clint Hurdle has been one to pretty much throw anything at you.
Yeah. See a last pitch just out of nowhere, 101. He's like 94, 94, 94, then just fires one in there at 101. What is that? It's weird.
Very strange. Did he go? Yep. Walker strikes out for the 3rd time tonight, 2 away. Here in the 10th.
This one 99 looked like that's a pretty late movement running away from Neal.
Now Rendon faces McCutchen. Just the 3rd appearance for Rendon in the big leagues this season.
I'm trying to see if these pitches that are, 94 to now that one 96, if he's just trying to cut it, or he's just, for him that's a BP fastball.
Yeah.
Seam action running down and in.
Three and one. Pirates have a 2-out base runners. McCutchen walks for the 3rd time in this ball game. He's on base for the 5th time. And now it's Starling Marte. Marte has struck out each of the last 2 times up, facing Al Albuquerque in the 7th, Java Chamberlain in the 8th.
If Andrew tries again to get himself in the scoring position.
McCutchen stole 2nd in the 7th. 8 Pirates have drawn walks in this game. And a foul ball. It's 0-2.
Yeah, that's the one thing you think that the Pirates had this game in hand. You know, they had the 4-2 lead. Cole was on the mound dealing. Then you get to Watson and Lance, and you figure game over. Obviously, a big hit from J.D. Martinez, a 2-run homer. And then you look back at all the runners that they've left on base. 14 runners left on through the first 9 innings. Just 1 hit with runners in scoring position today.
101 fouled back. Just once. Well, the Pirates been retired in order tonight. That was in the 6th.
101, pretty much middle, but 101's 101. That's hard to get to. A little late with Starling.
And another strikeout. So the walks have piled up, but the strikeouts have also piled up. 4-4. Martinez to tie the Pirates, the first of the 3-game series, going extra innings. And the Pirates now hope to go to the 11th. Not only have the Runner's been left on base 15 in 10 innings, but we said when the strikeout was recorded, Marte went down to end the top of the 10th. 6 of the last 7 outs by Pirates batters have been via the strikeout. 9 of the last 13.
Yeah.
Mark Melancon.
38th appearance, 1-1, a 1.72 ERA. Just getting better and better as the season continues.
Yoenis Cespedes faces Melancon. One of Melancon's worst outings of the season, and it was early. It was the 7th game of the year against these Tigers. And a 5-4 Pirates victory. He pitched the 9th inning on April the 13th, the home opener, and gave up 3 runs, 4 hits, a JD Martinez homer, and a Cespedes single. And he is on deck, JD Martinez. Look at that outing, the 3 runs on the 13th. He gave up 3 runs a week later to the Cubs. Since then, he's given up 1 earned run. Wow. Since April the 21st.
That's pretty much domination. What you like to have in your closer.
Toward left, Marte playing very deep, but that speed comes in to make the catch. Outstanding lunging grab by Marte.
Cover ground. When the Pirates are in their no doubles defense, Marte is almost on the warning track. But boy, he got to full speed in a hurry. With that, as the ball was off that bat of Cespedes.
JD Martinez 9 days ago had a 3-homer game against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. Has homered in 4 of the last 5 games. 7 homers in the last 5.
Big over the top curveball disappearing on JD Martinez.
Two and two. And he strikes him out for the second out. The bottom of the 10th. And now faces Nick Castellanos.
So many people talk about Melancon as a great cutter. He has an underrated curveball. That curveball's nasty too. And he gets a lot of good major league hitters taking bad swings at that 12-6 curveball.
You know, but it's nastier now. Why is that?
You know, I think along with the velocity creeping up, you know, with the arm speed, and perhaps that affects rotation. I'm not sure, but
because he was not getting those swings and misses in April like he is now.
And that's what I mean. Maybe that's something to do with the arm speed or the hand speed or whatever the case may be. But you can almost tell, like there's certain guys that have that, that downer curveball that it just seems like that the rotation is so hard and there's just so much break.
Two and one. 2-1 the count on Castellanos. And they're getting ready for Alex Wilson. He's getting ready for the 11th if need be. And a base hit. Castellanos with 3 hits for whatever reason. He does a number on the Bucks.
Look at the damage. 8 hits by the 6, 7, 8 guys in this lineup.
James McCann hit this walk-off home run Sunday. His 3rd home run of the season. Tigers winners over the White Sox thanks to the rookie's 3rd home run. 2nd round pick 4 years ago. Played just 9 games last year. A September call-up last season. Now the University of Arkansas. Oh, 2.
He tried to do it again, the walk-off. Got the curveball from Melanson. Big cut.
And that moves the runner up 90 feet. Where a base hit can win it now. Castellanos moves up on the wild pitch.
Look at that curveball once more, and then that's probably one of the tougher pitches to block because of all that rotation, all that spin. That ball just took a wicked hop to the left. Chris Stewart.
So Romine pinch running. Andrew Romine. Better speed now for Castellanos. And he gets the strikeout. Mark Melanson pitches the scoreless bottom of the 10th. It is on to the 11th in Detroit.
All season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
And there you have maybe the best read of the year.
I tell you what, the first time was really bad, the worst read of the year. And so I read it 8 times and practiced it in my mind.
See, that's kind of stuff that Walk and Blast don't do, that you do. As Steve likes to say, if you care, prepare.
And I tried to get our producer to bully you into doing it like the promo reader that you are, but
Jason Steele would not.
He would not
hear of it. Alex Wilson takes over. See his numbers on the year: 1.62 ERA.
Yeah, pretty good.
I mean, before the game, we got a scouting report, generally speaking, about the bullpen. It's okay, is what we heard.
Yeah. Point is coming in. Great job. The strikeouts is what's crazy.
Andrew Romine takes over at third. Pitch ran for Castellanos. Jung Ho Gong walked his first time up. Since then, he's flied out to left, bounced to third. Those 3 plate appearances against Justin Verlander. Hit a ball to the warning track in the 7th inning against Al Albuquerque, and he struck out against Joakim Soria in the 9th. Again, the Pirates, 6 of their last 7 outs have been via the punch out, and 9 of the last 13 outs have been strikeouts.
It's a straight fastball at 92 miles per hour. I saw him throw a couple cutters already to Jung Ho. Also mix in a slider and a changeup.
One and two on Gong. Alex Wilson came over from the Red Sox in the Rick Porcello deal, along with Cespedes. Tried to fire a quick pitch at Gong. Grew up in Hurricane, West Virginia. Bouncing ball into left field, a leadoff single for Gong.
Start.
Bring up Sean Rodriguez. We'll see if he's bunting. Who was it that Pirates had from Hurricane, West Virginia? Was it J.R. House? Didn't he play high school ball in Hurricane, West Virginia?
I never heard of
high school and football.
I mean, I know J.R. House from West Virginia, but I never heard of Hurricane, West Virginia.
At any rate, here's Sean Rodriguez, who pinch ran for Pedro Alvarez in the 7th. This is his second at bat. First time up, he struck out. He is bunting. Ball 1.
Am I missing somebody, or is this Gorzolani the only reliever they have left?
I believe so. That is correct.
I went and researched Hurricane, West Virginia. The notable residents: Jack Falor, a perennial candidate for the president of the United States. It's the only notable resident.
Huh. Oh, that ball rolled foul. You are a true cybrarian. Do you know what that is?
I guess
somebody who looks stuff up on the internet.
Yeah.
You're as good as they come.
Well, that's not true. Now you're being very silly.
Yeah, you're right. 1-1. Ball bunted foul by Rodriguez. Alex Wilson, 6th reliever. Josh Wilson on this Tigers club. Pittsburgher. In fact, Josh Wilson recently pitched an inning in a blowout game. Well, concern over there about Gong. Bunts toward first. Rodriguez. Oh, look at that. I mean, you know, that's a lot of times where guys just kind of playfully accept it.
Yeah.
He didn't.
No. He's.
I mean, he's looking. Maybe Cabrera stumbles as he lunges toward him. How many times do you see guys kind of joke around? They stop, maybe backpedal a little bit. He was serious.
He's all business all the time. He's a gamer. He plays the game hard. He doesn't take anything for granted. He works as hard as anybody.
It's the sacrifice. And now Cervelli. There's another man in scoring position.
We've had our share of those. Along with the left on base. Another strike called on Cervelli that didn't seem to like. Thought it was up. Very, very top of the zone.
Reach the seats. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Cardinals also playing extra frames, huh?
Still tied at 1 going to the bottom of the 10th in St. Louis with the White Sox. Another foul. And on his hands, that cracked the bat.
But the Cardinals still, we're about to go into July. They've only lost 7 games at home. That's crazy.
Yep.
The Mets are next with 11 losses at home.
Cardinals continue to play out of this world. That winning streak currently stands at 6 and 9 straight at home. Chopper. Alex Wilson on to first. 2 outs. Pirates with another man on base. They've had men on in all but 1 inning. Ball 1 on Jordy Mercer. Pirates now 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position tonight. And that's headed toward the seats, maybe room. Oh, I almost came up with it. He might have hurt his hand there, J.D. Martinez, his wrist. He went into that seating section there, reached over the concrete, banged his wrist.
And not much room and foul ground over there, and yeah. Lead reaction. We're going to waste some time for him.
Goes checking in. Make sure he's all right. And now 1-2.
241. Those numbers have been climbing.
Pirates will take anything at this point. Ball in the dirt. It gets away. Score a go-ahead run. Chris Stewart. Josh Harrison thinking maybe he'll get a shot. Still 2-2 on Mercer. Alex Wilson going back to his 18 appearances last year with the Red Sox, finished with a 1.91 ERA.
And he doesn't really wow you with stuff. I mean, he's been up a little bit, not really showing pinpoint control.
And grounded to the shortstop, Iglesias. Another man left on in scoring position. The Pirates have stranded 16 men. Inning. Pirates and the Tigers tied since the J.D. Martinez home run off Tony Watson in the bottom of the 8th. Bucks had taken a 3-0 lead off of Justin Verlander, scoring 1 in the 2nd on a sacrifice fly by Gregory Polanco. A 2 spot in the 3rd. Antonio Bastardo now on in relief. 5th Pirates relief pitcher to work.
Bastardo's been doing good work. 27th appearance, 3.27 ERA, almost a strikeout per inning. He's made 6 straight scoreless appearances.
And the dad's trip. Father's still hanging in there. There's Clint Hurdle's dad, 13 jersey, and even the youngsters still hanging in there.
Getting slap happy.
Oh yeah, we all are. That's what we're doing between innings. A.J. Burnett, tomorrow night starter, still in the dugout. Well, it is Iglesias, Gose, and Kinsler. And if somebody reaches again, it's Cabrera. So tough going here for Bastardo.
High strike call.
And a strike. 1-2. Reach for that one.
Yeah, I don't know how he got a hold of that one. Just barely. About neck high. Very late, right off the end of the bat. That's a hard one to swing at.
Wally Joyner wondering. Tigers hitting coach. Look at that. Wow. A strikeout. Well, Iglesias claims he fouled it. Not according to the home plate umpire, Chris Siegel. And Bastardo gets a strikeout.
You know who swung one over his head the other day and put it in play? Pablo Sandoval. Now it was off the knuckleballer. R.A. didn't. It was hard to tell there, but obviously you'll hear that. Catcher Stewart went after it right away. That's something you're going to hear more than you're going to see, that foul tip. But yeah, Pablo Sandoval hit a pitch that was over his head and somehow got on top, hit a ground ball to short.
Is that right?
Yeah.
When was this?
Last couple
Recently.
days. Yeah.
Rajai Davis pinch hitting for the left-handed hitting Gose. 7-game hitting streak for Rajai Davis. Davis's first home run this season came off of Francisco Liriano back on the 15th of April. Was the only run in the game. As Alfredo Simon pitched 8 innings of 2-hit shutout ball to beat the Pirates 1-0. The former Pirate, Rajai Davis. Simon will face off against A.J. Burnett tomorrow night.
Was Davis the Benito Santiago trade?
The Matt Morris trade.
Matt Morris trade.
From the Giants. Matt Morris from the Giants. Davis went to San Francisco. Bounced foul. Picked up in foul territory. Well, he's got you covered. Cubs, Giants.
Pops got the Astros.
Yeah. I just bought all that gear last week.
Confusion.
Rajai Davis now at the age of 34. Originally a 38th round pick of the Pirates, 2001. Another 0-2 pitch from Bastardo. And another foul.
And he's a guy that really has learned how to hit. I think it's taken him longer than most to develop and figure it out. You know, when he was in the Pirates minor league system, and would rarely hit a ball left of second base. You know, kind of long and late swing, just always hits. Seems like were leg hits. And he's really developed and figured it out.
Second year with the Tigers. And bounced. It'll be a tough play. Jordy Mercer's throw is off the mark. Davis can still get down that line. An infield hit with one away.
Boy, could he ever. He was flying down the line.
8-game hitting streak for Rajai Davis. He has a pinch hit single.
It's his ball almost off the dirt. That ball may have bounced in the dirt. Jordy, as good as he is with that off-balance throw and as strong as his arm is, still no chance.
Here's Kinsler. Fourteen steals for Rajai Davis. He brought out that little pad to protect the thumb. Or hand, the oven mitt. Kinsler's RBI double in the 7th inning was the hit that scored James McCann that made it 4-2. It was the last batter Cole faced, 3-2. The Pirates got an insurance run then in the 8th to make it 4-2.
He throws harder than I remember with the Phillies. You know, at times he cranks it up there.
And the velocity has increased as the season has gone on here. And at 95, 2-1. There he is on deck.
Kinsler's just a pesky little out. He's another guy, it seems like just can't get him to chase. He's up there and looks for a pitch in an area, and he's not swinging unless he gets it there up until 2 strikes.
Bastardo struck out Jose Iglesias to start this bottom of the 11th. Rajay Davis, the infield single, and now 3-1 on Kinsler. Popped him up.
Big out.
Sean Rodriguez camps under it. 2 away in the 11th inning. On a 3-1 pitch, Bastardo able to get Kinsler to pop out. And now he faces Miguel Cabrera.
We talk about it. We come back in there again, not all the way, but inner third. Crowding him a lot today.
And out in front, 0-2.
You'd have to wonder, you know, obviously you read the splits for Victor Martinez. If Davis was on second here, would in first base open,
yeah,
would you walk?
Probably not, right?
Yeah.
441 hitter from the other side is Victor Martinez against left-handed pitching. Oh, 2. Still 0-2.
Davis staying put. Not even a bluff. Fastball away.
Another 0-2 pitch due to Miguel Cabrera. And another foul. 15 homers, 53 RBIs. He's walked 49 times, 12 intentionally, with 53 strikeouts. Actually 13 intentional walks. The Pirates bypassed him in the 9th. Trying to get it to the 12th. He struck him out, Antonio Bastardo. On to the 12th. 4-4. Cabrera goes down swinging against Antonio Bastardo. That is just the 10th time this season that Miguel Cabrera has struck out against a left-handed pitcher. So Bastardo does get it to the 12th. Rajai Davis stays in the ball game to play center field. Alex Wilson will face Chris Stewart. 2 hits and 5 at bats. The Tigers last played an extra inning ball game on Thursday. They lost in 10 here to the White Sox 8-7. The Pirates played back-to-back extra inning ball games last Thursday and Friday, losing in 13 to the Reds on the Brandon Phillips home run. And they walked off against Atlanta the following night, last Friday. Hit hard. Oh, knocked down by Romine. Recovers and throws out Stewart.
Very well be the hardest ball hit tonight. I mean, that thing was a rocket, and now you're just defensive. You're just hoping it hits you. It's just an in-betweener. You're at the mercy of how that ball comes off. I think it hit the grass.
Heck of a job by Romine.
Yeah.
That ball was a bullet. 1 out of the 12th. Polanco bounces one foul. Well, let's see what Wilson. Has he given up any long balls? 1 in about 41 innings. Been a while since Polanco has gone deep. May 31st.
San Diego?
Yeah.
Hit 2 in that series, didn't he? San Diego?
I think so. His second and third home runs of the season in that 4-game series. Moment off Andrisimar Despagne back on May 31st. Well, Yoenis Guerra made his big league debut the other night. He's about ready to come on. Can you imagine if it were a save situation?
Yeah.
They're toiling nearly 10 years in the minor leagues with the Twins. Made his major league debut on Saturday night. And sharply hit, but Iglesias fields it routinely.
Yeah, kind of nonchalant. Another hard hit ball.
Alex Wilson looking for the second 1-2-3 inning of this ball game by a Tigers pitcher. Justin Verlander retired the Pirates in order in the 6th. Over is Kinsler, cannot flag it down. A 2-out single for Neil Walker. And we'll get McCutchen to the plate in the 12th.
Yeah, they were pretty much playing Neil straight up, not really playing him much to pull on that right side was Kinsler. Oddly enough, too, I'm looking around the outfield. The outfield playing shallow all the way around. Just getting through. Now, even with Andrew McCutchen up, not very deep in the outfield. Not playing against.
You don't see this too often.
No.
Right? McCutchen has reached each of the last 4 times to the plate. There you see a very shallow outfield,
especially
with
right.
Right fielder JD Martinez. McCutchen with a runner at first and 2 outs in the top of the 12th. Alex Wilson out in front, 0-2.
Yeah, he really likes to go to that cutter, that late break, running away from the right-handed batter.
Well, the White Sox get a home run from Tyler Flowers to take a 2-1 lead going to the bottom of the 11th against the Cardinals in St. Louis. Oh, and 2. Popped up, headed over toward the seats. The only time McCutchen was retired tonight, the 2nd inning. Anthony Ghost, then playing center field, made a nice running catch in the left center gap.
Yeah, that was a couple runners aboard, too. If that ball gets down, at least one would have scored, maybe 2.
Got him. Strikes out on a high fastball. Going to the bottom of the 12th, 4-4. Pirates and the Tigers. And making his 3rd Major League appearance, Deolis Guerra.
Yeah, he's kind of unfazed up there. Couple of innings. Couple of strikeouts. He's been throwing strikes, hasn't walked anybody.
Gave up a couple of hits on Sunday against the Braves. But again, no runs in his 2nd big league appearance. After 255 minor league games, he's in the big leagues. Pirates signed him to a minor league free agent contract this winter. Highly recommended by both pitching coach Ray Searage and bullpen coach Euclides Rojas, who worked with him in the Venezuelan Winter League a couple years back. And a big challenge for this rookie as he faces Victor Martinez, Yoenis Cespedes, and JD Martinez. First strike. Strike two. A ball and 2 strikes. Victor Martinez, $33,899 amounts paid, and after each inning has gone by, we're back to the 9th. You see more and more people head for the exits. Two and two.
Pretty good crowd. Did you say 33,000?
33,899 on
Nice.
Tuesday night. Two and two on Victor Martinez, leading off the bottom of the 12th. Couple of hits, hit by a pitch. And he pops it up. Once again, Sean Rodriguez coming in and makes the catch.
I love the location, you know, the staying down and away for the most part with the slow stuff, and it comes upstairs, right around the letters. He was down and away, then he comes up. Oh, that was off speed. That wasn't where he was supposed to be. I thought he went with fastball up.
One out. And here is Yoenis Cespedes. And strike one. Putting on the push for Cespedes, who was the home run derby champ back-to-back years in the American League. And there is a man there behind second. That's Neil Walker. 2 outs.
That was a hard hit shot. Perfectly placed. Neil Walker just gets by Guerra right behind him. Now you have to think Guerra probably thinks this is up the middle for a base hit. He's backing out of the way, but Neil Walker makes it look easy.
Here's J.D. Martinez. There's 1 out homer with Victor Martinez on in the 8th against Tony Watson. Tied the game at 4, his 20th of the year. Pulls this one deep, but quite foul. One ball, 1 strike. And now 1 and 2. Three hits and a couple of strikeouts in this game for the Miami native, J.D. Martinez. Adelis Guerra, the Venezuelan native, 26 years old. Clint Hurdle talked about how that moment the other night, you saw him making his major league debut, was one that gave him and many goosebumps. All the hard work. never giving up. Saw him briefly in spring training. 2-2. He struck him out. How about it for Deolis Guerra? His third big league appearance in extra innings. 1, 2, 3. Game on the Cardinals. Deolis Guerra pitches a 1-2-3, bottom of the 12th and now to the 13th. Starling Marte leads off. Bucks with base runners in 11 of the first 12 innings. Have left 17 men on. Marte has struck out each of the last 3 times up.
Got a pretty good pitch to hit there. Came up empty. Takes a big rip at it. Just underneath.
David Price, one of the starters for these Tigers, and having a fine year. Price 5th in the American League in earned run average. How about these folks here up in the press box? Huh? Giving us some treats.
Yeah,
thank you.
Candies,
man.
Crackers.
Have to let Zach, our stage manager back at PNC Park, know about this.
Oh yeah.
1-2 on Starling Marte. 2-2. Rob was talking about the strikeouts for Chris Sale. How about Angel Sanchez at AAA Indianapolis? 7 innings of 2-hit shutout ball tonight with 9 strikeouts. And Gifton Gope made his AAA debut. Slick fielding shortstop and was 1 for 2 with a double. Plus a walk.
Nice.
Hearing people rave about Gifton Gope's defense. Rally caps on for Bucco fans. Get Marte on, have him steal second.
Now with Ngope, wouldn't that be an international story? Huh?
Yeah. You're not kidding. South African born. Man.
If he gets up here,
Yep.
you know, and what you expect at some point in time.
Promoted yesterday to AAA Indy. Three and two. Stays full.
Make him work.
These kids getting some work in. Lasers.
I think
looking for some foul balls.
They were honored. They won something. They mentioned those guys before the game.
Right before Jim Harbaugh threw out the ceremonial first pitch.
Yeah.
Wearing a Mark Fidrich jersey. Michigan head coach. And down on strikes goes Marte again. 4 straight times to the plate he has struck out. Here's a tweet, hashtag Bucks Booth, road tripping from Central PA to Detroit to support our Buccos. All right. Good to see the folks from Central PA. D Machine. Hashtag Bucking on the road. Jung Ho Kang has walked, flied out a couple of times, bounced out, struck out. Last time up, he led off the 11th inning with a single. And it's 0-2. Alex Wilson pitching the 3rd inning of relief, and a fly ball toward deep right center field. J.D. Martinez, and it is Rajay Davis approaching the wall to make the catch.
Yeah, there's probably, I'm going to guess, not many ballparks in South Korea keeping that in play. That ball was crushed, and that's just unfortunate because that's about as deep as it gets to right center field in the Major League ballpark. I mean, that just it juts out back there, that high wall. A lot of balls go out there to die.
Ball one on Sean Rodriguez. Last time up, he sacrificed. He pinch ran for Pedro Alvarez in the 7th inning. And he cracks one towards center field. Rajay Davis on the run. Davis can't get there. Sean Rodriguez into second base. He's going to round second. He's going to head to third. And he is going to be there with a 2-out triple.
See if we can cash this one in. That ball was hit hard from Sean Rodriguez. I think Rajay Davis expected this ball maybe to tail back towards him, but it kind of hooked away from him. Yeah, he had to go out and get that one and had a little hook to this ball. It looked like Davis was going to be able to get there, but it just kept running away from him.
Sean Rodriguez on the move. Ball gets past. He's thinking 3 at that point. His first triple of the season. And now Cervelli.
As he was watching that, I think he was surprised. I think he thought Davis was going to be able to get over there and get that, but the ball just kept running away from him.
Need the big hit with 2 outs here. And a pop-up. Pirates are going to strand another runner in scoring position. 18 men left on base tonight. 4-4.
Yesterday, we had Bones, Scott Bonnet, the Pirates equipment manager, as our guest for Twitter Tuesday, and he was asked by Justin, where's the laundry done when the team is on the road? At the visiting clubhouse or
visiting
the
clubhouse.
team
It's
hotel?
like it's basically our clubhouse here, and the visiting clubhouse manager and his guys wash all the clothes.
So they have a lot of help here when they hit the road. A night like tonight, I'm sure Bones is quite thankful for that, as we have crossed midnight. And this is going to be a late one with the commute back to the team hotel. And Bones got a little bit of help. Plus, almost everybody's played in the ballgame tonight.
You're right, Robbie. We've seen just about every possible player. There are 2 position players available for Detroit. The Tigers have 1 relief pitcher. It has not been used. And the Pirates are down to Vance Worley in the bullpen. And Josh Harrison, see, on the bench along with Steve Lombardozzi and Gorkis Hernandez, the other position players for the Pirates.
That laundry story reminds me of the minor leagues and how it was, back in rookie ball and A ball, and I think even in Double A. Guys, it was usually the trainer's job. The trainer would collect the clothes, bring it back to the hotel, and have to do all the laundry. Wow. And then you'd have to, let the players know when the laundry was ready. Wow. And then the players would have to come to his room, pick up his laundry. It was just, what a thankless job.
Gosh.
The trainers.
Didn't the trainer also have to book, a lot of times, traveling secretary?
Yeah, had to deal with travel. Had to deal with everything.
Wow. Aeolis Guerra strikes out Andrew Romine. 4 up and 4 down for Guerra.
Getting more and more comfortable with each pitch, with each batter he retires. The late movement, the ball running away from him. Chase. I'm sure it's starting to settle in for him to where it's just, just pitching. No longer worried about big league jitters or trying to keep his team in the game at this point in time.
Ball 1 on James McCann. Two and 0. Big man, listed at 6'5", 245. just about every year in his minor league days with the Twins, rated the best changeup in that organization.
Well, he likes to throw it.
He falls behind here 3-0. Starter in the minors, first 6 years there. They made him a reliever, started to groom him in 2011. Jose Iglesias on deck.
And he's not afraid to throw it at any time. Wow, that's a change up there. 3-1.
Pirates go extra innings for the third time in 5 games, and for the second time at least 13. Fly ball deep, but foul. Once again, McCann was trying to win it on a walk-off. Would be the second straight game for him.
Change up his left in. Unfortunately, he was just out in front.
Hit hard and into left. First it off Guerra. Jose Iglesias. Fifteen hits now for Detroit. Iglesias 0 for 5. Dave Clark always on the move. Stewart calls time. Catching into the 13th inning. One ball, one strike.
I love the fact that, you know, the confidence he has in that pitch, and he's going to throw, you know, what's got him here. You know, I think certain guys might want to come up and feel like, oh, well, I'm behind the count, I have to throw a fastball. And Guerra, I'm guessing, is throwing the way he threw throughout his career.
One ball, one strike. Towards center. McCutchen over quickly. Iglesias lines out to the center fielder. 2 away.
And that's big. That's great speed of McCutchen. Just can't teach it. Good jump. Good angle. Makes it look easy.
Touching in his sights all the way. 2 down. Rajay Davis. Tom Gorzolani will pitch, if necessary, the 14th. Pirates went 14 innings against the Cardinals back on May the 3rd. The Tigers have not gone more than 13. In fact, they lost a game in Cincinnati earlier this month in 13 innings. Oh, he wanted to, didn't offer. Stewart blocks it, and that hurts. Clint Hurdle comes out of the dugout. Todd Tomczyk also ready to check on him. Tomczyk, Pirates head trainer, right there.
Oh, right off the mask.
One and two. 2-2. Runner takes off. Stewart's throw down there, and he is out. Wow. Chris Stewart guns out James McCann.
They're going to hold him up, make sure the replay says it's okay. But boy, what a quick release from Stewart. Another strong, accurate throw. You look at McCann. McCann's kind of walking towards the dugout. I think McCann knows he was out. And so doesn't look like there's going to be a replay.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So we are going 14. Chris Stewart guns out McCann. The dirt thrown out at second by Chris Stewart before the game yesterday. That was last month. we are in July. Jim Harbaugh, the new coach at Michigan. We got the first pitch in style. Man, he gunned it there to Brad Osmus. And I love him here. Jim Harbaugh.
I wonder. Yeah, you wonder how many fans are Michigan or Michigan State or Central Michigan.
A lot of Michigan fans here. But there are certainly some Michigan State fans. I think it's case in point.
Yeah.
But a lot of it has to do with, who's on top.
Probably.
And I think now that Harbaugh's the head coach, it's going to be an unbelievable rivalry with Ohio State. It's going to be comical.
Yeah, you would think so, huh? Should be fun.
Like it wasn't a big rivalry before.
Yeah.
I'll give these folks credit. Determined. Jay Hayes still wants to bat. Gorkis Hernandez there. Jordy Mercer leading off. And down on strikes. Alex Wilson is out there. We saw Gorzelani loosening up.
High fastball. Jordy a little off balance. He twisted his ankle.
Third strikeout for Alex Wilson. Out there for the fourth inning of work. Here's Chris Stewart. Ball two. Stewart scoring that run in the 8th inning. Thought that was the insurance they would need. Made it a 4-2 ball game.
Couldn't pull the trigger there. Had a bullet off of Wilson his last time up. Nothing to show for it.
Boy, it's been a while since the Pirates have scored a run in extra innings on the road.
What do you got?
I'm going to have to count it up. Zeros this year. Talk about the hidden vigorish and overdue. Bucks lost game 2 of the season to the Cincinnati Reds in 11 innings, 5-4. 3-2 on Stewart. And he has another hit. Chris Stewart with a 1-out single to left. Brings up Gregory Polanco. And out comes Brad Ausmus. He's got Gorzelani ready. Going to get the baseball from Alex Wilson. And he'll get a nice round of applause for the folks that are left here. Heck of an effort by Alex Wilson. battling tonight. The Warrior goes back to the dugout. He is done for the evening. Van Hertel's going to pinch run. Going to go for it here. And hope the Pirates can score the go-ahead, and they'll end up having to give up the DH. Gorkis Hernandez will pinch run.
What a day for Stewart, my goodness. 3 more hits, about 5 hard hit balls, and Gorzolani not having a good year. 6.75 ERA in 28 appearances, 22 and 2/3 innings, 18 strikeouts, a lot of walks, 14. Opponents hitting .333 against them.
Josh Harrison will pinch hit now for Polanco. Last time the Pirates scored a run in extra innings, go back to May 3rd in St. Louis, the 12th inning. Wow. It was a Pedro Alvarez home run. And a fly ball toward the right center field gap. And that is going to be... Oh! No, it's off the glove.
Turn around,
look out, they almost passed each other. And Hernandez fails to touch second base.
No.
Gorkis Hernandez did not touch second.
Yeah,
He's going to be out. And another base running blunder by the Pirates this year. Gorkis Hernandez did not retouch second base.
My goodness.
He cut right across on the grass. Unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
How can that happen at almost any level? They are going to appeal, and he is going to be out. Brad Ausmus is coming out to tell Gorzolani what to do here. Wow.
My goodness gracious.
That is unbelievable. Going to go through the whole scenario here. Watch Gorkis Hernandez round second and then not retouch it. Here. That's unbelievable. How does that happen?
And you almost, I mean, it was so obvious. And I don't know if Sofield does this or not. If they're going to step off and appeal this, it's probably why Ausmus went out there. He's dead to rights. Gorkis might as well break for home.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
See if Gorzolani will make a play.
That's right. Didn't Gene Lamont do that as a third base coach a while ago?
He might have.
A couple years ago. He is out. And another terrible base running blunder. That is, John, I don't know how you can excuse it. It's unbelievable.
You cannot excuse it. I just don't get. I mean, he should be scoring on the play first and foremost. I mean, once you go around, he's that far around second. I mean, you got to watch the play. You got to see first and foremost is the ball caught or not. And it was plain as day the ball wasn't caught. I could see pulling up thinking he might catch it to get back to first, but once you see it's dropped, you're still scoring if you got Gorky's speed. But yeah, once you go, you have to retouch the bat.
It's just incredible. I just don't get it. Look at this.
Now, I don't know why he's running back. The ball's loose. They're chasing the ball at that point in time. I mean, he stops, puts on the brakes, looks out right center field. By the time he's looking at right center field, they're chasing the ball. That's why I don't get why he went back so far.
Out 1-4 on the appeal.
Is that a double, I guess?
I've got a double. I assume that's what it is. Yes. See Davis make a great try off the glove.
I'm now looking at that. Maybe I could see where he didn't see that the ball because Davis was laying down. The ball was behind him. So maybe, he doesn't see the ball hit the grass. I will give him that.
Great effort by Davis. The Pirates try to overcome a base running blunder by Gorkis Hernandez, who did not retouch. Neil Walker singled in the 12th. Two and two. Isn't it ironic that they pinch ran for Stewart for the speed, and it ends up costing them an out?
Cost them an out, and it'll cost them a DH. So Cervelli will have to go in behind the plate.
Three and two. Toward right field, and that is down. The real deal, Neil Walker makes everything right again as he doubles to right to give the Pirates the lead in the 14th.
Boy, that's big. Pick up your teammates. Neil Walker put together a nice at bat. That's huge. He gets a fastball up and out over the plate. He's just short and quick, trying to make contact. Look how far off the plate he had to go. 92, that's about a foot off the plate. Neil reaches out. Jay able to score easily. Wow, they're going to pitch to McCutchen.
Oh. After the night that Marte's been having, it's hard to believe. Well, McCutchen has been on base 5 times. Walker, of course, the big RBI double to give the Pirates the lead in the 14th inning. Well, a couple of strikes. That's Neil Walker's second RBI of the season as a right-handed batter. Wow. McCutchen says no way. Orsolani strikes him out looking. But the Bucks lead it 5-4 on doubles by Harrison and Walker. Opposite field, RBI double to give the Pirates the lead. Josh Harrison stays in the game. He pinch hit and doubled. Neil Walker back to the dugout. Congrats from his teammates. He really picked up Gorkis Hernandez in a big, big way.
I'd say that's a huge hit right there. It could have been a huge inning. You're thinking at least a couple, perhaps, but Neal and going out of the zone too. That's what I like. It's probably a ball. I mean, it's definitely a ball, but he goes out there and goes with it, hits it the other way, and now he got some moves. Gorkis goes out to right. Jay Hayes at second.
Cervelli catching, DH gone. Hopefully that was a meaningless note. Strike one, and I mean, of all the things that have happened tonight in the last, heck, you could say last few seasons, one of the most heartwarming stories is on the mound right now.
Oh, yeah.
Deolis Guerra, in his third major league appearance, is 3 outs away from a win. A lot of work to be done here as he faces the 1, 2, 3 men in the order. Rajai Davis, Ian Kinsler, and then Miguel Cabrera. And he strikes him out, 1 down in the 14th. Guerra's third punch out.
With the fastball, got the late swing on the fastball. He fouled it the other way, comes back in there. Too close to take for Davis, and that's being handcuffed there. It's a good pitch, good location.
The Dads are still here, hopeful that the Pirates get 2 more outs and get their first extra inning win on the road this season. Strike one on Ian Kinsler. Third inning of work for Guerra. Very proud Tom Walker standing and pacing a bit. His son Neal with the RBI double.
Pretty close pitch there.
Pirates trying to end a 6-game road losing streak in extra innings. Last extra inning road win September 6th of last year against the Cubs. That didn't miss by a lot. Cervelli looks disappointed. Tried to bring it back.
Yeah.
Line drive left field. Kinsler is on. And it brings up Miguel Cabrera. Two natives of Venezuela, Miguel Cabrera, Deolis Guerra. Now facing off with a runner at first and 1 out in the bottom of the 14th. One of the all-time great hitters in the history of the game is at the plate.
No doubt, certain Hall of Famer.
Shot up the middle. Base hit its first and second. That was a bullet into center field.
And a lot of right-handed hitters that are hitting the middle lineup. You'd have Neil Walker up there, or Jay rather, up there. But his ball just hit too hard. I mean, Jay was shading him that way, but not taking away the entire middle. And that ball just hit too hard.
And now Victor Martinez facing Guerra for a second time. Guerra got him to pop up on the infield back in the 12th. Popped up and out of play. Comes to the plate for the 7th time tonight. His first time up in the 2nd inning. Led off against Garrett Cole and doubled to right. Cole hit him in the 4th. And apparent retaliation for Starling Marte being hit in the top of the 4th. Martinez struck out in the 6th. He faced Tony Watson in the 8th and singled to start that inning. Later, J.D. Martinez homered. Bouncing ball towards short. There's one. There's two. Raise the Jolly Roger in Detroit. And give the W to Deolis Guerra. Neil Walker wins the game with a double. Guerra, after 10 years in the minors, and his 3rd big league appearance, is a winner.
And that's huge for Guerra. My goodness, how he must be feeling right now to come out here and not 1 but 2 but 3 innings of scoreless relief. Just a hard-fought game. I mean, these guys have kept giving themselves chances to win it, chances to score runs. Finally, Neil Walker comes up with that big hit, after the base running blunder. My goodness gracious. This is a well-deserved win, obviously. This team is, again, swinging the bats better, not getting that crushing blow. The big blows when needed.